Do you understand that the Commonwealth, in this case, is required to prove each and every element of the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is the biggest criminal trial in the nation, a case that has divided the public and has some questioning why prosecutors have even brought the case. Lindsay Clancy was being treated for mental illness when she killed her 3 young children.
Were you aware of her history of documented postpartum depression?
I was aware of mostly the postpartum anxiety that was in the record, yes.
Prosecutors have charged her with 3 counts of murder and are seeking life behind bars. Lindsay is in a wheelchair because after she killed her 3 children in the basement, she went up to the 2nd floor to the bedroom, opened the window, fell out of that window to the ground. But prosecutors do not believe it was a real suicide attempt. Now it'll be up to a jury to decide if Lindsay Clancy is a cold-blooded child murderer or a mentally ill mother who could not control her own thoughts. It's the case that everyone is talking about, and this is our special coverage of the Lindsay Clancy trial. And we'll bring you, in this episode, the biggest moments from inside that courtroom today as this jury tries to figure out if Lindsay Clancy is a mass murderer or a woman with mental illness. Prosecutors always have the burden of proof, and in this case, they must prove that Lindsay Clancy was not mentally ill, that the mental illness didn't cause her actions, that she could control her thoughts and she could control what she was doing. So as we take you back inside the courtroom, keep that in mind, that it's prosecutors who have to prove everything, including that she did not do this because of her mental illness. Let's take a look at our biggest moment from today.
My understanding is that you, through counsel, have offered to stipulate to certain facts that would be introduced during the course of this trial. So what I want to do is just ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand the effect of stipulating to these facts. So I'm going to just ask you some brief questions at this point, and then we'll kind of go from there. So if you could swear Ms. Clancy in, please.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that you shall make true answers to such questions that shall be put to you this morning and before the court. There you go.
All right. Ms. Clancy, I have been shown a list or a summary of stipulations. It's been marked as Exhibit or J for identification. So it's my understanding that you are requesting or offering to stipulate to certain facts. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And before I accept that, I got to make sure, ask you some questions, make sure that your decision to do so is voluntary, that you understand the consequences. So I'm going to ask you some questions. If at any time you need to speak to Mr. Reddington or you have any questions or have problems understanding what I'm saying, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, do you understand that the Commonwealth, in this case, is required to prove each and every element of the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You understand that there are certain facts that could be introduced during the course of the trial that would support, might support the Commonwealth's position regarding those elements. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you understand that by signing the stipulation, you're agreeing that the Commonwealth does not have to prove these certain facts that are contained in the stipulation. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And do you understand by signing or going along with that stipulation, you are basically relieving the Commonwealth of its burden to prove those certain facts? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is that what you want to do at this point?
Yes.
All right. Have you gone over this stipulation or the summary of the stipulations with Attorney Reddington?
Yes, I have.
All right. Need any more time to do that?
No, thank you.
All right. No, by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up some important rights. So I kind of want to go over those with you at this time. Do you understand, by law, you're presumed to be innocent of each charge against you, and you do not have to prove your innocence. All right. So instead, at trial, the Commonwealth, as I said to you before, has the burden of proving you are guilty of each element of the charges against you. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up your right to force the Commonwealth to prove the facts that are contained in these stipulations. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, where we are now, you have the right to confront the witnesses that would testify about these facts. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up that right with respect to these stipulated facts. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, if you wanted to, could call your own witnesses at the trial to contest these stipulated facts if you wanted to. You understand you'd be giving up that right by entering into this stipulation.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, have the right to remain silent and cannot be forced to testify at this. You understand, by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up in a limited way that right with respect to just those facts.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you doing this willingly and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
All right. Has anyone forced you or threatened you to enter into this stipulation?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to talk to counsel about this?
Yes, I have.
All right. Are you? All right. I make the following findings. I find that Ms. Clancy has knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily, and willingly entered into the stipulation of the facts that are contained and summarized in Exhibit J for identification. I find that she is competent to enter into this stipulation. I find she understands the consequences of entering into this stipulation. So accordingly, I now accept the proposed stipulation of facts. Thank you.
I just would like, Your Honor, for the record, to again reiterate the fact that we have not been contesting the government's case in chief, if you will, have been agreeing to evidence, and this stipulation basically relieves the government of having to bring in dozens, if not more, witnesses to prove chain of custody of blood, fluids, the bands, DNA, all of that. Rather than have days of testimony, this stipulation will avoid that. So that's why we're stipulating to it.
On the day that Lindsay Clancy took the lives of her 3 children, she sent her husband, Patrick, out and sent him out to pick up some food and run some errands. And it's during that time period when the killings took place. And part of what this jury has to figure out is, was this part of her plan, get him out of the house so I can kill the children? Or was it while he was out of the house that she suffered from this psychosis and this mental breakdown that compelled her to kill each one of her children? Let's go back inside the courtroom now as we continue to take a look at the biggest moments from the witness stand. Here is our second biggest moment of the day.
At the home, were you in the kitchen area assisting with the search?
I was, yes.
Okay. And I'll show you what's already been marked. That's Exhibit 144. If you could look at the screen. Are you familiar with that photograph or what's depicted in that photograph?
I am, yes.
And is that the kitchen area?
It is, yes.
There on January, well, the early morning hours, I would say, of January 25th.
I was, yes.
And so, fair to say, you made observations while you were there, right?
Correct.
And what was an observation that you noted to other investigators in that kitchen area on the island?
A CVS bag.
Okay. I'm just going to show you exhibit number 40. That's a little bit of a closer view of the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And how about this larger paper bag? Did you observe that as well?
I did, yes.
And I'm going to just approach you with what's been already marked as Exhibit 31. Is that also familiar to you?
It is, yes.
Is a receipt that was with that bag?
Correct.
And fair to say all of these things, the CVS bag, the receipt, were noted and certain things were collected, including the receipt, Exhibit 31, and the CVS bag.
Correct.
Do you recall what was inside the CVS bag?
I believe it was a bottle of PDLX.
You also observed other areas of the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And so there was a particular cabinet in the kitchen. Did you open a cabinet and discover something that stood out to you?
I did, yes.
And what was the cabinet and what stood out?
An upper kitchen cabinet with medication bottles.
Okay. And fair to say that was pointed out and documented as well.
It was, yes.
If I may approach.
You may.
First photograph, is that familiar to you?
It is, yes.
And that's the cabinet that you opened and saw the items inside?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you a second photograph. And is that fair to say just a closer of those top shelves?
It is, yes.
And what particularly stood out to you about the medication in the cabinet? Is it the spices or the generic medications or something else?
The prescription medications.
I would move to admit these as the next two exhibits.
All right. They may be admitted.
It's 152 and 153. So just showing you now on the screen. Exhibit 152, and that's just the cabinet open, and there's looks to be like an air fryer below it, correct?
Correct.
And now showing you 153, which has those top two shelves, and it's the very top shelf has the prescription bottles, correct?
Correct.
What did you do with the prescription bottles?
I placed them on the island and notified other members that were searching so they could be photographed by crime scene services.
In addition to assisting with the execution of the warrant on January 20, the early morning hours of January 25th, were you asked to do something else on this case on February 6th of 2023?
I was, yes.
And on that day, did somebody come into the state police office at the district attorney's office with some information or evidence?
They did, yes.
Who was that came in?
Mr. Patrick Clancy.
And was he with an attorney, somebody by the name of David Meyer?
Yes.
And what did they bring to the state police?
Bottles of medication.
How was it transported to the state police, or how did you receive it?
In a CVS bag.
Take a look at that before we go through it. Does that appear to represent all the bottles that were provided to you on February 6th?
It does.
And that's 9, correct?
Correct.
Now, just as far as each bottle, just give me 1 moment. So when you are tasked with tracking or inventorying particular items like this that come in, what do you do?
Count out how many capsules or tablets are in there, the date that it was filled, and the amount left in the bottle, and the amounts that it said should have been there when filled.
Okay, and so referring first to this bottle that's labeled lorazepam, 1 milligram, fair to say it says date filled 10/26/22, correct?
Correct.
And it says that originally it was filled with 30, quantity 30.
Correct.
And you counted what was left in this particular bottle, and there were only 14 pills left in that bottle, correct?
Correct.
And so the next one, the bottle labeled sertraline, brand name Zoloft, filled on 9/15/22, quantity 30. Did you count how many pills were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And fair to say there's 23 left.
Correct.
Now, buspirone, there were in fact 2 bottles labeled buspirone, correct?
That is correct.
and one of them with a date of 10/26/22, date filled, quantity 30. You counted how many pills are in this bottle, right?
Correct.
And there were 28 pills left in this bottle.
That is correct.
Hydroxine filled on 10/26/22, quantity 30. You counted how many pills were in this?
That is correct.
And fair to say there were 27 left in that bottle.
Correct.
Clonazepam filled on 11/25/22 with 14 pills in the prescription. You counted how many were in this bottle?
Correct.
And there were actually 11 and a half, correct?
That is correct.
Fluoxetine filled on 11/21/22 with 56 in the prescription. You counted how many were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And there were 43.
Correct.
Correct. The second bottle of lorazepam that was 0.5 milligrams filled on 11/2/22 with, it says 40 on the bottle, right?
Correct.
You counted what was left in this bottle and it was 18 and a half tablets.
That is correct.
And the second bottle of buspirone filled on 11/9/22, quantity 30. There were actually 30 in this bottle. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yes.
And trazodone filled on November 16th, 2022 with a prescription for 30. You counted that there were 22.5 pills left in this bottle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then once you identified and counted each and every one of the pills in these bottles, you handed this in for evidence.
That is correct.
So it's not that it's a random search that some police officer just happened to grab bottles that he or she saw. There was a specific intent to seize prescription medication, correct?
It was on the affidavit, yes.
And that's what you all did when you went in to try to execute the warrant and seize the items, right?
I mean, for myself, what I found in the kitchen is what I seized, yes.
So were you the officer in charge of the warrant execution?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you leave the kitchen and go elsewhere?
I did, yes.
And where did you go?
I believe I went to one of the children's bedrooms because I was, somebody informed me there was a Nest camera in there.
A camera?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else, if you recall?
Not that I can recall.
Did you go in the master bedroom?
I can't recall if I did.
Do you recall whether or not anybody in your presence or anybody went into a drawer, a nightstand, and looked in the drawer and saw an Apple Watch, a bunch of pills, things to use to assist your sleeping, things of that nature? Do you remember anybody doing that?
I don't know if anybody did or not.
And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prescription bottles that were seized. Have you ever seen these?
I have not, no.
So you went through the pill count on the bottles for the district attorney, and you did that when you did inventory, apparently, of these pill bottles that you already talked about, right? For the DA, she asked you to look and tell us how many pills were missing, right?
I did that for the ones that were turned in.
Right. And nobody ever looked at these bottles, right?
I don't know if they have or not.
If I understand correctly, lorazepam, as counsel asked you, the dates that these scripts were written, the lorazepam, as you indicated, was October 26. The buspirone was the same date, October 26. The hydroxyzine was October 27th. Flanazepam was into November 25. Fluoxetine was November. Lorazepam was the beginning of November, November 2nd. Buspirone. These were all pills that were issued on prescriptions in about a 3-week period of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, whatever the dates are when they would have been
Okay.
prescribed.
Would you say that Patrick Clancy was very cooperative with your investigation? Anything you needed, he was pretty much there to try to help you out?
I mean, I think I only dealt with him at the hospital, but he was very forthcoming.
In a case that is this close of a call, that will be this difficult for a jury to decide, and will be this difficult for 12 people to all agree about what's going on with Lindsay Clancy. Every piece of evidence, every witness is important. Let's take a look at our third biggest moment from today.
Did you have information that came in through the EMS or the paramedics about the nature of the patient's condition?
I recall that we were told it was a fall of unclear mechanism from a height of about 20 feet.
What was the ultimate recommendation for the care of this patient?
She had complex fractures in her spine at the thoracic level. We conferred with our neurosurgery colleague who was on call, who recommended transfer to a tertiary hospital.
And so where did this patient go?
Brigham.
Now, the treatment that you had given would include raising her, apparently, temperature, I guess, because she came in at a low temperature, right?
Yes.
And did you use IV fluids?
I would have to check the record, but that is a
Did
common
she-
intervention.
So your memory would be that you believe that you used IV fluids, but you'd have to have me get out of the box and check the record to ask that question, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. It didn't really work out very well, though, did it? Because you know that when she was brought to Boston, after all of the time that she was treated at your hospital, she was still core temperature of 82 when she hit Brigham and Women's.
Objection.
No, allow it if she knows.
I did not look at the medical record from another institution. I only reviewed my note from South Shore Hospital.
Did you know that your patient had coded shortly after being brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she had to have massive transfusions right after being brought to the hospital in Boston?
No.
Did anybody in South Shore Hospital make a determination that she had lost a lot of blood?
The EMS report did not share that there was a large volume of blood at the scene. She was evaluated part of her CAT scans also help us evaluate for intra-abdominal blood loss.
Okay, so when you raise the issue of the EMS, that would be the ambulance, right?
Yes.
And their report, their run sheet that they prepare, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
There's verbal report from EMS when the patient is brought in and also the run sheet of the details.
Okay. And when the people from the EMS came in, did they speak to you about the verbal report?
They address the entire room, so all the staff in the room is available to hear the details.
And you're able to look at the run sheet, correct?
No, the run sheet is not always immediately available.
So did the EMTs, to your knowledge, as a treating surgeon physician in the trauma center, tell you that there was blood loss?
Not to my recollection.
Did anyone tell you that at the scene where she was being treated after coming out of the window and striking the ground, that there was blood on the snow and on the leaves and in the grass?
I cannot recall if they commented on that.
Is that important for you to know if there's blood loss on a patient?
If there is a large volume of blood loss, yes, the EMS will routinely comment on the patient being found.
Yeah, but that's the EMS. You're the surgeon, right?
That is correct, sir, yes.
Yeah, and one of the things would be blood pressure, right? What the person's blood pressure is, correct?
Yes.
And she had, if I understand your testimony correctly, low blood pressure.
She initially, when she came in, the note has a normal blood pressure, and then after intubation, her blood pressure dropped.
Okay. Do you know what caused the blood pressure to drop?
There were several factors at play. As we discovered from her CAT scan, she had an injury to her spinal cord in the thoracic region that very commonly causes issues with maintaining your blood pressure.
And do you know what her blood pressure was? I mean, if you don't, that's fine. You need the records.
Blood pressure at which point?
At the point I'm asking you about, when you noted that she had low blood pressure.
No, I don't remember how hypotensive she was, no.
As far as being hypotensive, did you know that when she finally hit the Boston hospital that she had massive transfusion of blood?
I thought I asked and answered.
Oh, did you?
You asked me before and I answered that no, I did not know that.
Okay. So how about, did you know that they introduced pleural tubes in both sides of her chest and removed many, many cc's of blood from both the right and left pleural cavity?
No, I just object to the line of question. The witness has already indicated she hasn't reviewed those records. She's not aware of what happened at the Brigham. Go through each and every injury is not necessary.
Oh, she can answer that.
No, I do not know that about the patient when she was not at South Shore Hospital.
How about the superficial cuts that you were talking about? Would you suggest or would you agree that on the right ulnar area and the left ulnar area of the upper extremities, right and left, that there were a deep cut noted in the skin?
The notes about her wrist injuries said that it was through the skin with exposed fat, but there was no exposed muscle or tendon. So
Okay.
those are more superficial.
So you would not agree that they were deep cuts on both arms? You wouldn't agree with that?
No, I would not.
And again, you're not aware of anything that was diagnosed in Brigham and Women's Hospital, right?
That is correct.
As far as the injury to her spine, what kind of injury was it? Do you remember?
It was at thoracic level T5, T6.
And what type of injury was there to the spine?
The report said that the stability of the pattern of it indicated that there was instability of the spine, which is why we conferred with the neurosurgeon.
Right. And nothing much came out of that either, as far as conferring with the neurosurgeon, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by nothing much came of
Well, you
that.
didn't show up to come to the hospital, right?
We didn't, I'm not sure. What
Okay, the spine was transected at T5, T6, right?
The team, or rather the input you would need for further commentary on the spine would be a neurosurgery team. I am not a neurosurgeon. I am a general surgeon.
So you're not aware of the transection. You know what a transection is, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And on your CAT scans or on your pictures that you were describing for the jury with no problem for the DA, did you notice that the spine was transected at T5 and T6?
There was compression of the bones. I would have to specifically look at the report to see if it used the word transection.
Okay, how about a thyroid? Did you notice anything about a thyroid?
It said that there was concern, there was edema at the thyroid, concern for contusion or laceration.
And that's the extent of your knowledge. You don't know whether or not the thyroid was destroyed or anything, do you?
Correct.
Okay. How about her ribs? You notice that some of her ribs were broken.
I would have to look at her CAT
Have to
scan
look at-
report again.
Yeah. So coming in here today, you're not aware whether or not she had broken ribs because you haven't been able to look at your records. Is that right?
I did review my records. I would have to specifically state into the record what was the injuries. I would be happy to read from my note, which I know is part of
So-
the evidence.
Prosecutors have conceded that Lindsay Clancy had mental health issues. But in a case like this, it's not just a medical diagnosis of you have medical or mental issues, you're not held responsible. There's a different level of a legal standard that needs to be met here. And prosecutors have to prove that she's criminally responsible, that she's able to control her thoughts and her actions. So let's go back inside the courtroom as the evidence, again, coming in front of this jury, every piece important. This is our fourth biggest moment from today.
Showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 162. This is the bedroom windowsill.
Correct.
And showing you a close-up at 163. Did you examine this blood stain?
I did, identified as stain D.
And what did you determine based on your training experience about this blood stain?
This blood stain didn't give us too much information. It was irregular in shape, so I couldn't tell exactly what it came from, but I did classify it as a transfer stain. So something bloody, having a red-brown stain, coming into contact with a non-bloody surface, leaving that stain there. So a transfer stain on the windowsill.
Showing you what you've marked E19 from your notes. What can you tell us about the patterns we're seeing here on the shingles on the exterior of the home?
So these are photos of the red-brown stains on the shingles between the second and first floor window. A far away view up in the top left, and then closer pictures blown up to show the red-brown stains. There were two areas and then there was some excess of blood. You can actually see it dripping down.
I'm going to object to
gravity.
the concept of blood because we all know that that was never tested.
It actually was tested.
All right, can I see over here?
What are we seeing here?
So those are areas of red brown staining on the shingles between the second floor window and the first floor window.
And what, if anything, can you tell us about this red brown staining on the shingles underneath that open window, based on your training experience?
So those two areas, which were to the left and the right below the window, were identified as transfer stains. So a bloody object coming in contact with a surface, leaving the blood stain there.
So that would have to be an actual, something with blood on it touching that shingle, those shingles.
Correct.
And showing you below that, the small photo to the right, what is depicted there?
So this is an area of the transfer stain where there was an accumulation of blood that was coming off as a droplet off the bottom of the shingle.
And showing you E20 from your notes, perhaps a little bit clearer here. The top right photo, is that same area of red-brown staining that you saw under in the photos underneath the open window?
It is. So the one on...
Get up and
Yeah.
point it out with the court permission? Sure.
So the window is up above. So to the right, looking at the window, is an area of the red-brown staining. To the left is the other area of red-brown staining. That left one had the accumulation of blood that was a droplet coming off the shingle.
And the two photos at the bottom there?
Those were a blow-up of the right-hand side red-brown stain. As you can see my arrows, they're pointing to the picture above, showing a close-up of the stains.
We could mark E19 as the next exhibit and then E20.
All right. Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted. Or they may be admitted.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 105. And zooming in here on the open window and the orange ball there at the bottom, the red-brown staining right above that. Did you examine photos of that?
I did.
And showing you your notes E18. Is that a close-up of that red-brown staining on the open windowsill?
It is.
And what, if anything, can you tell us, based on your training experience, about this area?
So similar to the stain that was on the inside of the window on the windowsill, this stain on the outside didn't give me enough information to say the size or shape. So the only thing I could come to the conclusion was that it was a transfer stain. So some sort of bloody object coming in contact with a surface causing the transfer of that blood.
And are you able to tell the direction of that blood or how it was applied or anything like that?
There's not enough information in that stain to give that conclusion.
So basically all you can tell us is that something with blood on it touched that windowsill and left blood, something with a red-brown stain on it touched that windowsill and left a red-brown stain.
Correct.
We could have E18 marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
And then showing you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 108. The top of the first floor windowsill. Did you examine those red-brown stains?
I did not.
Defense counsel asked you about the red-brown stains on the windowsill, the one on the exterior and the interior, and asked if it could be from someone leaning out the window, correct?
Correct.
Could it also be from someone hanging out the window, holding on to in those spots?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Wouldn't there be drops? And, if somebody was bleeding significantly from cuts on their wrist to the extent that one of the marks on the shingle you said had a drip on it, right?
So depending on the amount of blood where that contact is coming into place is what is deposited.
So if somebody was going to climb out the window and hang on the ledge and then do a Spider-Man and go down the side of the shingles, they would leave a smear going all the way down on the shingles, wouldn't they?
If they came in contact the entire way down, yes, there would be a transfer all the way down.
The testimony of experts, the testimony of doctors is often significant and important in a case. And in this case, you've got two levels. You've got the treating physicians, you've got the experts coming in afterwards to kind of interpret Lindsay Clancy and what she did and why she did it. Plus, you've got the fact witnesses, the one who actually spoke with her, interacted with her, like her husband, Patrick, co-workers, people who saw and heard how Lindsay Clancy was acting in the days, weeks, and hours leading up to the moment that she took the lives of her three children. So let's take you back inside the courtroom. This is our fifth biggest moment from today's testimony.
And just now showing Exhibit 165, if you can see at the top. There's a stain on the outside of the windowsill. Did you observe that on January 24?
Yes, I did.
But you did not swab or screen that stain, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
Generally, we don't collect every single stain from a scene. I organize the stains based on location, size, shape, distribution, and collect it from multiple areas. And in this particular case, I knew there was a single bleeder in that area, so I collected from numerous stains, just not that particular one.
And in addition to that stain on the windowsill, fair to say you did observe some other staining on the outside of the house as well, further down the window and on top of the first floor window frame.
Yes, I did.
While you were out in the backyard, did you also observe staining or red-brown stains in the yard?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that same procedure of marking it, screening it, collecting a sample from it?
Yes, I did.
Moving to January 25th of 2023, did you go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital as part of the crime scene response, again, to see Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And you observed her at that location as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you take further samples from her?
Yes, I collected samples, swabbings from underneath her fingernails.
And then as far as your duties on this case with crime scene response, did you return back to 47 Summer Street on January 15th of 2023?
I believe I returned on June 15th.
I'm sorry, June 15th. Thank you.
Yes, I did.
And when you returned to the home on June 15th, did you go in the nighttime, the daytime?
I went during the day.
And again, with a crime scene response trooper or a crime scene services trooper?
Yes, correct.
What was the purpose of going back to 47 Summer Street on June 15th?
I was informed that additional testing was being requested on some of the red-brown stains that were noted on the exterior of the house up on the shingles they had not previously collected from. So I went back to see if I could potentially collect samples from those.
Is that something in your training and experience is possible to collect biological substances from something like a shingle months after the incident occurred?
It's possible. So if it's requested, we'll certainly go out and attempt to do that.
And in this particular incident, you went out and first made observations of the rear of the home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then made closer observations of underneath that second floor window?
Yes, correct.
Did you observe any obvious staining in that area?
There appeared to be a reddish-brown stain underneath the windowsill.
So what did you do once you observed those stains?
I marked that stain as stain A, and then I also marked additional stains further down on the side of the house on the shingles.
And on June 15th, when you were there, 2023, showing you now Exhibit 167, kind of closing in on underneath that window, there's that orange ball that you described. It appeared to be some sort of insulation.
Correct.
And that was negative, that stain you observed was negative, so you didn't do anything further with that.
That's correct.
And again, stain B is kind of in between that top floor window and the first floor window.
Correct.
And stains C and D are just above the first floor window.
Yes, that's correct.
So this here, you indicated was some type of insulation?
That's what it appeared to me. I mean, I'm not an expert, but it looked like some sort of foam insulation.
And it's a little difficult to see with the, see the substance on that object?
I do.
See the red substance, red-brown stain on that window ledge or windowsill?
Yes, I do.
You tested that?
I did not test that specific stain, no.
Yep. So do we know if that was blood?
No, not at this time.
Pretty obvious that it was, though, to you, right?
It appears to be a red-brown stain on the exterior of the windowsill, but I did not do any testing on it.
Okay. And did I hear you correctly that it was 5 months later that the state police investigators decided that you would get the shingles off the house?
I don't know when that decision was made, but that was the day that I was requested to go out.
And then the district attorney showed you the shingles and envelopes. You opened them up and looked at them. And you did a confirmatory test on those?
I did not. I performed a screening test on each of those stains at the scene. I did not perform a confirmatory test on those stains due to the fact that the red-brown stain color was no longer visible. So potentially
It was degraded because of the weather, right?
at some point the red-brown stains appeared darker. They were no longer red-brown. So I thought that the material could be less. So I didn't want to use any additional material for confirmatory testing.
School, as a chemist, you learn how to testify, don't you?
Yes.
One of the things they tell you is look at the jury. When the lawyer asks a question, you look at the jury and you answer the question, right?
That's correct.
Right. So can you just look at me when I ask you just a little bit, a question? Would you agree that weather affects, degrades blood if in fact it is on an object and allowed to stay outside?
Absolutely.
Each day, as we go through the big moments of testimony from this case, I think to myself, how difficult is this going to be when it's time for the jury to go into the jury room and try to figure this all out? It's going to be tough. Our coverage, obviously, will continue here on Vinnie Politan Investigates as we continue to bring you our special coverage of all the big moments from inside the courtroom. That's it for this time. I'm Vinnie Politan. Thank you so much for watching, and please don't forget to hug the kids.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here, where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yep.
Showing you Exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left, there's a fence there, is that correct? And Exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
And then Exhibit 37, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And Exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Dawson's? Okay. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how they looked, that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You could have these two photos marked as the next two exhibits, please.
They may be minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where is the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house was really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out.
And who did you call out to?
Everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah,
And there was no response?
correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 41. Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay, was that a phone call?
Yeah,
And was that at approximately 6:09 p.m.?
yeah,
And did she answer?
no.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and then I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
You could have this photo marked as the next
It may be admitted.
Exhibit 42. And you said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
Mark this the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 43. Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose. And there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface. I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Yeah.
We could have these 3 photos marked as the next 3 exhibits.
It may be admitted.
So showing you what's been marked exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room, looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Going back to exhibit 42, there's no blood on the walls or or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls in the bedding, correct.
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
Yeah.
This phone with this light brown case, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Whose phone is it?
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yeah.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 47. Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard.
And where in the backyard was she?
At the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct, the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing right below the bottom right window by the window well. I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this the exterior view of that window to your bedroom that night?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 48. I'm showing you exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
Okay. And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said, I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
So now that it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
And then, how long approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do you do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was.
So the room in the back left was my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's the living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room, and then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No.
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah,
And do you recall what position he was in?
same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah,
And where was Callan?
to her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch, and then I went to the other side of the basement, and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah,
And did you remove that band?
yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
So we may approach briefly.
Yeah, please.
Now, after finding Dawson and taking off the band, what happened next?
I think I was back and forth. I think I went to try to help Cora.
Did you try to give her CPR?
Yeah.
At some point in time, do the first responders make their way down to the basement?
Yeah.
And do they take over care of the children?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
They sent me upstairs.
Okay. And at this point, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
That may be allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
From the home and taken to a hospital.
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
Did you also go to that location?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Callan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
The witness could be
All right.
excused.
Sir, you can be excused, subject to recall at a later point today. Thank you, sir. All right, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to submit some evidence. First, would be the clothing Cora Clancy was wearing the night of January 24th, 2023. First, the pajama pants. Pajama shirt. And then the pink robe. We could have these marked as one exhibit.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
And then Dawson's clothing. We have dinosaur underwear for the record. And a gray t-shirt or shirt, long sleeve shirt. Could have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
And then Callan's pajamas. As the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Yellow exercise band found with Dawson. Can I have this as the next exhibit, please?
That may be admitted.
Black exercise band found with Cora. Could I have this as the next exhibit, please?
That may,
And then the blue exercise band found with Callan. We could have this as the next exhibit, please.
that may be admitted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the 911 call be played.
All right. All right. Members of the jury, I just kind of wanted to give you, sometimes in a trial, evidence that is introduced that produces in jurors an emotional response. For example, it's understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear or see certain evidence. But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of some of the evidence, including testimony, including exhibits. And so you must find the facts, in this case, based only on the evidence. And so you can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion or prejudice or pity for or against either side. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence that is introduced in this case and my instructions and any other limiting instructions. And I'll go into that, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that as we go through this. All right, at this point, we're going to play the exhibit, which is, I believe, the 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I want to remind everyone that there is a order entered by the court regarding this matter. It's not to be recorded, it's not to be broadcast, and it's not to be reproduced in any way, subject to any sanctions that would go along with the violation of that court order. So I just kind of remind everybody that order applies to the media and applies to the public. So I just kind of wanted to remind everybody in regards to that. So with that, Commonwealth?
Jurors, close your notebooks, place them on the chairs. Follow me, please.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. The court's in session. Please be seated.
We'll be in recess at this time.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Further recess, please exit the courtroom. Clear out the courtroom, please. Thank you. And where do you work?
I work at the Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
I started there in April of 2020.
And did you work for the Plymouth Police before that?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you do that?
Almost 5 years.
What is your current role?
I am patrol officer.
Back in January of 2023, what was your role with the Duxbury Police Department?
I was the school resource officer for Alden and Chandler. I worked with kids kindergarten through 5th grade.
Directing your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023, were you working an overtime shift that day?
Yes, I had picked up an overtime shift.
And what shift was that?
It was 4 to midnight, but I was scheduled to work till 8 p.m.
8 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you were scheduled to be there from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were in a cruiser, and a marked cruiser in a uniform?
Yes, I was fully dressed in Duxbury Police uniform. I was in a marked cruiser, Duxbury Police 172.
And did you receive a dispatch at approximately 6:11 p.m. to go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, we did.
And when you say we, were you with a partner or were you alone?
No, I was by myself. We ride single in a cruiser there.
Okay. So when you say we, do you mean that it was dispatched to all officers on patrol?
So usually with critical incidents calls, they put it over to dispatch and they'll say, Duxbury police cars, start making your way to a certain address. That way everyone can get there as quickly as possible.
Okay. And so then you knew at that point to go to 47 Summer Street.
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how long did it take you to get there?
I would say anywhere from 3 to 4 minutes.
So you were relatively close by when you received the dispatch?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And when you arrived at 47 Summer Street, what did you observe?
Dispatch was giving me a description of the house. It took probably 15 seconds for me to identify the house. Parked in the street. I saw the number of the house and I made my way. I believe it was a mudroom that I went to.
Showing you Exhibit 33. When you say the mudroom that you went to, did you actually go inside the house or did you go to the door to the mudroom?
I went to the door to the mudroom to check if that was unlocked so I could make my way to the back of the house.
And is that door depicted in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
And is it the door to the left of the garage?
Yes, it is.
And was the door locked or unlocked?
It was locked at that time.
So what did you do next?
I radioed dispatch just for confirmation of where that party we were trying to get to was located. They told me it was around back of the house, so I tried to make my way that way.
And when you went to the back of the house, how did you get there?
Well, referring back to the picture where the car was parked, I went to the right side, and I went around the garage. There was a fence, and I went over the fence, I believe.
So showing you Exhibit 33, again, you went by these cars and around the house to the right.
Yes, that's correct.
And showing you Exhibit 37, does that mean that you would have been coming around the house over here by the garage on the left and in the porch, the deck?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you came around there, what did you see?
I made my way. I observed two parties, one lying in the ground and one standing over it. And I started making my way towards the other end of the house, which is towards this fence, as you guys can see in reference to that photo.
And so when you say the other end of the house, are you talking about this area here, the father's furthest right two windows?
Yes, that is correct.
And the person that was standing, did you later learn that was Patrick Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And the person on the ground, did you later learn that was Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And at some point in time, was Officer Hall also back there with you?
Yes, he came from this side over here, the opposite direction in which I came.
So facing the house, he would have come around the left side of the house if you're facing the house?
Yes, he parked on the street and came from this side, the opposite of where I came from.
Okay. And do you recall what Patrick Clancy was doing when you first saw him?
He was standing over Lindsay at that point. It appeared that he was trying to communicate with her. I observed him with a cell phone. It was kind of down by his side, so I don't know if they were talking or what, but it was probably a split second, and then he turned in my location, saw me because I was illuminating the yard with my flashlight, and then that's when me and him crossed paths.
Okay. And so you said you saw him with his cell phone by his side. Was it in his hand by his side?
Yes, I believe it was in his left hand.
Okay. And you say you crossed paths with him. Approximately where did you cross paths with him?
It was probably right by the bulkhead, I would say.
And so in the photograph to the right of the deck is the bulkhead, is that correct?
That is correct.
And where was he headed?
He was heading, I believe, up towards the deck. Yeah, obviously I didn't know it at that time, but he was just walking past me pretty fast in an abrupt manner. So.
And did he say anything to you as he passed?
No, he did not.
And after you crossed paths with Patrick, where did you go?
I went to the female party.
And did you speak to her?
I attempted to.
And what did you say?
I just was trying to get basic information, where she was hurt, where she needed attention, anything I could do to kind of help her until fire arrived.
And did she respond to your questions?
She mumbled, and it wasn't a definitive answer.
Did you observe any injuries?
Yes, she was laying on the ground. There was cuts to her right wrist, I believe, and to the right side of her neck.
And were those cuts actively bleeding at that time?
They were bleeding, but not profusely.
Did you, are you trained in first aid?
Yes.
Did you feel the need to put pressure on those wounds immediately?
No. We also carry medical equipment such as tourniquet, gauze, stuff like that. And I believe due to the circumstances that I didn't need to utilize those tools.
And the tourniquet that you carry, is that in case someone has some type of cut where an artery has been damaged or cut?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you're trained to recognize when it's something serious like an artery spraying blood everywhere versus a cut that doesn't need a tourniquet?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And you didn't see the need for a tourniquet?
I did not know.
And based on your training in first aid and as a police officer, as a first responder, did those wounds appear life-threatening?
No, they did not.
Did other emergency personnel from the fire department begin to arrive?
Yes, so I would say I tried to talk to Ms. Clancy for probably 30 seconds to a minute, and at that point, coming from that opposite side of the house, I observed Duxbury fire personnel show up, and our protocol is to kind of turn the medical over to them because they're more highly trained than we are.
Okay. And at some point in time, do you hear something?
Yes.
What do you hear?
Myself and Officer Hall were standing by that window, and we just started hearing loud screams.
And what did you do when you heard those loud screams?
We immediately were trying to figure out where they were coming from. I'm not sure if dispatch or something came over the air and said something about the basement, but we both just started making our way back towards the deck part of the house.
Did you go in through the sliding glass doors?
Yes, we went up the deck and through the sliding glass doors into the kitchen.
And did you then head to the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And could you hear any sounds coming from the basement as you entered the kitchen?
Yes, it was the exact screaming that I heard from the window.
And did you go down the stairs to the basement?
Yes, we did.
And did you see anything as you went down the stair after you went down the stairs?
So we went down the stairs, and there was a picture at the bottom of the stairs, I believe, of Lindsay and Patrick, and the basement splits off into two, a right and a left area, and the screams were coming from the right area, so that's where we directed our attention to first.
Okay. And did you see Patrick?
Yes. That right side opens up, and it's like 2 rooms, I believe. So we went into the first room, which was kind of dark, and there was some cluttered stuff around, and Patrick was in that back room at the time.
So showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 92. Is that the doorway into that bathroom?
Yes, it is.
And then Exhibit 93, is that the inside of that bathroom?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall what, if anything, Patrick was saying as you encountered him?
Upon his observation of us, myself and Officer Hall, he proceeded to head in our direction, leaving that room. And at that point, he looked up and he screamed, "She killed the fucking kids."
And after he said that, where did you go?
Once he cleared himself from the door frame, we were able to look inside the room where we observed what appeared to be a child laying motionless on the floor.
And did you later learn his name was Dawson Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And how was he positioned?
He was laying on his back, kind of close to the gym bag for reference of that.
Showing you Exhibit 93 again, you referenced a gym bag. Is that the bag to the left of the pack, the child's toy?
Yes.
And so you're saying that he was in that area when you first saw him?
Yes, he was.
And do you recall whether he was on his back or his stomach or something else?
He was on his back.
And do you recall his physical appearance?
Like I said, he was laying on his back. His head was tilted to the right-hand side. looked at him kind of in the face area once we got closer, and his face was white, gray, lips were blue, eyes were bloodshot, looked like blood vessels were popped in his eyes.
Did you notice any injuries to his neck?
Seeing that, my first instinct was to kind of grab his head and tilt it to the side, see if I could get a pulse. But, I mean, based on my training experience from previous incidents, I knew it wasn't going to be good. So I moved the head. That's where I observed some red marks on that right-hand side.
Of the neck?
Yes.
And in that exhibit, 94, there was a yellow exercise band, correct?
Yes.
I believe in prior testimony, you may have called it a blue exercise band, is that correct?
Yes.
But it's clearly yellow in the photo, right?
Yes, it's clearly yellow. I mean, there was...
Testing the color of the exercise band.
Right, good.
So what was your focus at the time?
The child.
And once you saw him there with these injuries, what did you do?
Based on my observations, I knew there wasn't really much I could do. So I picked the child up, went chest to chest, and as I did that, it was kind of like a mucus or a foam that leaked out of his mouth onto me. I grabbed him, went back towards the way we came down into the basement, and I headed up to the stairs where Sergeant Homestead was coming down the stairs, and I started yelling to him to get out of the way. Went back up the stairs and then into the kitchen directly adjacent to the stairs. There's the front foyer, like hallway, and I went out the main door into the driveway.
And was there an ambulance in the driveway at that time?
Yes, the ambulance was backing up and had pretty much just parked, and one of the fire was walking around to the stretcher out back. So I rushed over with Dawson and I put him on the stretcher, and that's when Sergeant Homestead and fire personnel started working further on him.
What did you do next?
I went back into the house.
And why did you go back into the house?
I remember hearing something about kids and multiple, and I just went back.
And when you went back in the house, did you go to the basement?
Yes, I went back in that front door, back down to the basement, and this time I went to the left-hand side.
And when you went to the left-hand side of the basement, what did you see?
Pretty much directly in my sight was an older female laying on the ground, and then in the corner there was like a younger baby.
And when you say an older female, you're referring to that she was older than Dawson?
That's correct.
And did you later learn her name was Cora Clancy?
I did.
And did you assist in treating her?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
So when I got down to the basement, 2 fire personnel were already on scene. One was working on the baby and one was working on Cora. Communicated with them. We worked together, and I took over doing chest compressions of Cora.
And were you able to see any injuries on Cora at that time?
Yes. She had kind of the same injuries that I explained with Dawson. The pale tint, bluish lips, bloodshot eyes, blood vessels popped. But this time she also had like dried blood around her mouth.
And did you also see an area of blood near her on the floor?
Yes, there was a relatively large area of blood on the floor. Actually, when doing CPR on her, I heard her knelt beside her, and that blood seeped through my pants, so I ended up moving her a little off to the side so I could position myself better.
Just showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 97, this red-brown stain on the rug. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
While you were doing chest compressions on Cora, what was the firefighter doing?
The one that had previously been attending to Cora then went to the child that was in the corner.
And eventually, was Cora put on a stretcher and brought out?
Yes, eventually. I think the baby was brought out first, because I think they mentioned at some point they might have found like a faint pulse or something like that, so they got him out first, and then we were able to get Cora up.
So that entire time while you're in the basement, are you still giving chest compressions to Cora?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it felt like forever, to the point where I think I radioed for assistance for another officer to come down.
And did others come down to assist?
Yes, Officer Cahill came down to further assist, where I continued with chest compressions, and he used a bag valve mask to give rescue breaths.
And a bag valve mask, is that something that goes over someone's face, a mask that's attached to a bag and you squeeze it to give air?
Yes, it's an alternative breathing apparatus.
At some point, do you go back upstairs to the first floor?
Yes.
And do you encounter Patrick Clancy when you go upstairs?
Yes, so when they removed Cora, myself and Officer Cahill went back upstairs, where I encountered Mr. Clancy in the kitchen.
And what was his demeanor in the kitchen?
He was still frantic, kind of in shock, still screaming and losing himself. And I think at that point, I don't know, one of us requested that we get an ambulance for him as well.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Attorney Reddington?
I'm sorry, I have no questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. Lisa.
She said I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said they're in the basement. I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
Patrick Clancy had a wife and 3 young children. But on January 24th, 2023, that ended when his wife, Lindsay, strangled their 3 children to death with exercise bands. Prosecutors say it was a carefully planned mass murder followed by a fake suicide attempt. Lindsay admits to killing her children, but claims it was mental illness and the voice she heard that is to blame. And she believes she's not criminally responsible.
She was going on Zoloft, and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And Patrick Clancy agrees that his now ex-wife is not criminally responsible. And now the jury's listening to all the evidence of what happened inside that home on the day of the killings and what was happening in the days, weeks, and months before, as they have to decide whether or not Lindsay Clancy is a cold-blooded child murderer. Who is to blame for the killing of these 3 young innocent children? Is it Lindsay Clancy? Is it the treating doctors, the nurses? Is it the medications that she was given? This is what the jury has to figure out. This is what the case is all about. But as we go through the evidence, we'll take you to the crime scene. We'll show you Patrick Clancy in the moments before his life completely changes. What does all of this prove? I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate. It's hard for me each time I cover this story to not think about Patrick Clancy, and obviously an important witness and everything, but he's in the middle of all of this. And the emotional toll that all of this has taken on him and his life, because he's a survivor. Like, the children are gone. The children are gone. Lindsay Clancy, she's in a wheelchair. She'll either be institutionalized for some time or put in prison for the rest of her life. Patrick Clancy has to continue to live, and how he's able to overcome all this. And now he's at this point in this trial where he's in the middle of it and he has to testify. And his testimony is so important for both sides here. For prosecutors, he's describing what happened that day. He's telling the jury what he saw, what he did, why he did it, what he observed. Laying out firsthand account by the person most impacted by what Lindsay Clancy did, other than the 3 children, obviously. His kids are gone. They're dead. Brutal, brutal killings. And now he's got to describe it and tell the jury about it. But prosecutors need that evidence. They need that testimony to prove their case against Lindsay. Meanwhile, for Lindsay Clancy, he's an important witness because he's the one who described her illness. He's the one taking the jury on this journey that they were on together, where they're going from doctor to doctor, medication to medication, racing thoughts, everything that that was going on inside this home over the course of days, weeks, and months prior to the day when the 3 children were killed. And one part of this, and the defense pointing the finger, obviously, at the mental illness itself, pointing the finger at the treating physicians for not recognizing what is actually wrong with her and not being able to treat it properly. But they're also pointing at a mountain of meds. And for Patrick Clancy, he knows firsthand what is in his home. And I want to show you a piece of his cross-examination because I think it's that important. And it's a dramatic moment in the courtroom where Kevin Reddington, his attorney, brings a drawer from the nightstand next to the witness stand and then goes through the contents of it with Patrick Clancy. Let's take a look at that moment from inside the courtroom.
Now, when I met with you in the house, long after the state police had gone and finished their search, you recall that we went up to the bedroom and I removed this from the nightstand right next to the bed.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is? What is this? Is it a drawer, obviously?
That's the drawer that goes into the nightstand.
And inside the drawer, sir, do you recall that there were a number of items that I see Trazodone, Lindsay Clancy, prescribed on January 5, 23. Creatinine, January. Creatinine, 100 milligrams, prescribed for Lindsay Clancy, December 21st. Lorazepam, they're all empty too, right?
Yeah.
Because these are what she shot down with that lemonade or water or whatever was in the cup that she ground up these pills, right? Lamotrigine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, December 16th, 22. Mirtazapine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, January 23. Those are in this drawer, and they were all empty, right?
Right.
You observed that, right? There's something else that was in the drawer. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's her Apple Watch.
Her Apple Watch. This is the Apple Watch that apparently the police used to go up the stairs, downstairs, heart rate, things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
They never even seized it, did they? They left it in the drawer, right?
Apparently.
So.
Okay, two big points. The sheer number of medications that she's on, and he's calling out the prescription dates, and they're all very close in time to when all this happened. Then also talking about them being empty and the ground up remnants that were found on the nightstand, connected to perhaps the attempt to take her own life. So you put these two together, this mountain of meds all of a sudden becomes powerful evidence for the defense about what was going on with Lindsay Clancy. I wanted to make sure you saw that moment. I mean, Kevin Reddington taking control of the courtroom, right? Very powerful voice and advocate. But as he's placing these meds up there, he's not just asking questions. He's basically testifying as well in front of this jury. All right. Something else I want to show you, and this is significant as well. Brian Josephine from the Duxbury Police Department, one of the first responding or the first responding officer to the scene, describing what he saw as he's responding to that 911 call. Now, we didn't get to hear the 911 call. The jury did. So they kind of understand part of his testimony, what he's describing. But for us and for you, it'll be the first time to really understand what was going on with Patrick Clancy in those moments as he's discovering his dead children in the home. Let's take a look.
And do you recall what Patrick Clancy was doing when you first saw him?
He was standing over Lindsay at that point. It appeared that he was trying to communicate with her. I observed him with a cell phone. It was kind of down by his side, so I don't know if they were talking or what, but it was probably a split second, and then he turned in my location, saw me because I was illuminating the yard with my flashlight, and then that's when me and him crossed paths.
Okay. And so you said you saw him with his cell phone by his side. Was it in his hand by his side?
Yes, I believe it was in his left hand.
Okay. Okay. And you say you crossed paths with him. Approximately where did you cross paths with him?
It was probably right by the bulkhead, I would say.
And so in the photograph to the right of the deck is the bulkhead, is that correct?
That is correct.
And where was he headed?
He was heading, I believe, up towards the deck. Yeah, obviously I didn't know it at that time, but he was just walking past me pretty fast in an abrupt manner. So.
And did he say anything to you as he passed?
No, he did not.
And after you crossed paths with Patrick, where did you go?
I went to the female party.
And did you speak to her?
I attempted to.
And what did you say?
I just was trying to get basic information, where she was hurt, where she needed attention, anything I could do to kind of help her until fire arrived.
And did she respond to your questions?
She mumbled, and it wasn't a definitive answer.
Did you observe any injuries?
Yes, she was laying on the ground. There was cuts to her right wrist, I believe, and to the right side of her neck.
And were those cuts actively bleeding at that time?
They were bleeding, but not profusely.
Did you, are you trained in first aid?
Yes.
Did you feel the need to put pressure on those wounds immediately?
No. We also carry medical equipment such as tourniquet, gauze, stuff like that, and I believe due to the circumstances that I didn't need to utilize those tools.
And the tourniquet that you carry, is that in case someone has some type of cut where an artery has been damaged or cut?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you're trained to recognize when it's something serious like an artery spraying blood everywhere versus a cut that doesn't need a tourniquet?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And you didn't see the need for a tourniquet?
I did not know.
And based on your training in first aid and as a police officer, as a first responder, did those wounds appear life-threatening?
No, they did not.
Did other emergency personnel from the fire department begin to arrive?
Yes, so I would say I tried to talk to Ms. Clancy for probably 30 seconds to a minute, and at that point, coming from that opposite side of the house, I observed Duxbury Fire personnel show up, and our protocol is to kind of turn the medical over to them because they're more highly trained than we are.
Okay. And at some point in time, do you hear something?
Yes.
What do you hear?
Myself and Officer Hall were standing by that window, and we just started hearing loud screams.
And what did you do when you heard those loud screams?
We immediately were trying to figure out where they were coming from. I'm not sure if dispatch or something came over the air and said something about the basement, but we both just started making our way back towards the deck part of the house.
Did you go in through the sliding glass doors?
Yes, we went up the deck and through the sliding glass doors into the kitchen.
And did you then head to the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And could you hear any sounds coming from the basement as you entered the kitchen?
Yes, it was the exact screaming that I heard from the window.
Okay. And did you go down the stairs to the basement?
Yes, we did.
And did you see anything as you went down the stair after you went down the stairs?
So we went down the stairs, and there was a picture at the bottom of the stairs, I believe, of Lindsay and Patrick, and the basement splits off into two, a right and a left area, and the screams were coming from the right area, so that's where we directed our attention to first.
Okay. And did you see Patrick?
Yes. That right side opens up, and it's like 2 rooms, I believe. So we went into the first room, which was kind of dark, and there was some clutter and stuff around, and Patrick was in that back room at the time.
marked as Exhibit 92. Is that the doorway into that bathroom?
Yes, it is.
And then Exhibit 93, is that the inside of that bathroom?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall what, if anything, Patrick was saying as you encountered him?
Upon his observation of us, myself and Officer Hall, he proceeded to head in our direction, leaving that room. And at that point, he looked up and he screamed, "She killed the kids."
And after he said that, where did you go?
Once he cleared himself from the door frame, we were able to look inside the room where we observed what appeared to be a child laying motionless on the floor.
And did you later learn his name was Dawson Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And how was he positioned?
He was laying on his back, kind of close to the gym bag for reference of that.
Showing you Exhibit 93 again, you referenced the gym bag. Is that the bag to the left of the pack, the child's toy?
Yes.
And so you're saying that he was in that area when you first saw him?
Yes, he was.
And do you recall whether he was on his back or his stomach or something else?
He was on his back.
And do you recall his physical appearance?
Like I said, he was laying on his back. His head was tilted to the right-hand side. Looked at him kind of in the face area once we got closer, and his face was white, gray, lips were blue, eyes were bloodshot, looked like blood vessels were popped in his eyes.
Did you notice any injuries to his neck?
Seeing that, my first instinct was to kind of grab his head and tilt it to the side, see if I could get a pulse. But, I mean, based on my training experience from previous incidents, I knew it wasn't going to be good. So I moved the head. That's where I observed some red marks on that right-hand side.
Of the neck?
Yes.
And in that exhibit, 94, there was a yellow exercise band, correct?
Yes.
I believe in prior testimony you may have called it a blue exercise band, is that correct?
Yes.
But it's clearly yellow in the photo, right?
Yes, it's clearly yellow. I mean, there was...
Testing the color of the exercise band.
Okay. Right, good.
So what was your focus at the time?
The child.
And once you saw him there with these injuries, what did you do?
Based on my observations, I knew there wasn't really much I could do. So I picked the child up, went chest to chest, and as I did that, it was kind of like a mucus or a foam that leaked out of his mouth onto me. I grabbed him, went back towards the way we came down into the basement, and I headed up to the stairs where Sergeant Homestead was coming down the stairs, and I started yelling to him to get out of the way. Went back up the stairs and then into the kitchen, directly adjacent to the stairs. There's the front foyer, like hallway, and I went out the main door into the driveway.
And was there an ambulance in the driveway at that time?
Yes, the ambulance was backing up and had pretty much just parked, and one of the fire was walking around to the stretcher out back. So I rushed over with Dawson and I put him on the stretcher, and that's when Sergeant Homestead and fire personnel started working further on him.
What did you do next?
I went back into the house.
And why did you go back into the house?
I remember hearing something about kids and multiple, and I just went back.
And when you went back in the house, did you go to the basement?
Yes, I went back in that front door, back down to the basement, and this time I went to the left-hand side.
And when you went to the left-hand side of the basement, what did you see?
Pretty much directly in my sight was an older female laying on the ground, and then in the corner there was like a younger baby.
And when you say an older female, you're referring to that she was older than Dawson?
That's correct.
And did you later learn her name was Cora Clancy?
I did.
And did you assist in treating her?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
So when I got down to the basement, 2 fire personnel were already on scene. One was working on the baby and one was working on Cora. Communicated with them. We worked together, and I took over doing chest compressions of Cora.
And were you able to see any injuries on Cora at that time?
Yes. She had kind of the same injuries that I explained with Dawson. The pale tint, bluish lips, bloodshot eyes, blood vessels popped. But this time she also had like dried blood around her mouth.
Was Cora put on a stretcher and brought out?
Yes, eventually. I think the baby was brought out first because I think they mentioned at some point they might have found like a faint pulse or something like that. So they got him out first, and then we were able to get Cora up.
So that entire time while you're in the basement, are you still giving chest compressions to Cora?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it felt like forever to the point where I think I radioed for assistance for another officer to come down.
And did others come down to assist?
Yes, Officer Cahill came down to further assist, where I continued with chest compressions, and he used a bag valve mask to give rescue breaths.
And a bag valve mask, is that something that goes over someone's face, a mask that's attached to a bag, and you squeeze it to give air?
Yes, it's an alternative breathing apparatus.
Okay. At some point, do you go back upstairs to the first floor?
Yes.
And do you encounter Patrick Clancy when you go upstairs?
Yes, so when they removed Cora, myself and Officer Cahill went back upstairs where I encountered Mr. Clancy in the kitchen.
And what was his demeanor in the kitchen?
He was still frantic, kind of in shock, still screaming and losing himself. And I think at that point, I don't know, one of us requested that we get an ambulance for him as well.
What happened to the 3 children, what the father went through, what the first responders saw. I've got to believe that's why prosecutors have chosen to bring this as a murder case. I want to show you some surveillance video, and I think this is incredibly tragic, what I'm about to show you. And it's like a life lesson in how your world can be turned upside down so quickly. As you know, Lindsay Clancy sent Patrick out to CVS and to a restaurant to pick up some takeout. And while he was gone, that's when the killings of the 3 children take place. That's when Lindsay is back home strangling them with the exercise bands and then thrusting herself out of the second floor window. So before he returns home, life is 1,000% normal as it can be with a wife who is suffering from mental illness, right? But his life is basically normal. I'm going to CVS, I'm going to pick up food. So I want to show you that video, because think about the contrast of what happens to his world when he returns from this trip. But he walks in, everything is so ordinary. He's going down the aisle. And I think it's at some point when he goes down this aisle that he doesn't see exactly what he's looking for. We've all done this, right? You go shopping and you're picking up something for someone. They don't have exactly what you need, so you make the call. And he made a call back to Lindsay. So from his perspective, at this moment in his life, everything is as normal as it's been. You know, obviously, Lindsay has her issues, and they've been dealing with that as a family. But compared to what his life is going to be when he returns home, incredibly different. Same thing. Let's take a look at the video from the 3V restaurant. He's going to pick up food. Walks in. It's a little chilly, right? Looking over here at the bags, looking for his bag of take. And there's a nice conversation with someone there. Yeah, that's the bag. That's the food. Even a little smile. And it's nice to see him smiling, but because in the courtroom he's not smiling. And as soon as he returns home, like, everything changes. To go from this normalcy, this ordinary trip to pick up food for his family, to coming home to that scene, it's tough to fathom. It's tough to understand. Right? Here he is. He's paying for the food over at the checkout. She's going to get the bag. Like, this is completely ordinary. Just another day. Just another day. But it wasn't. It wasn't. Now, Patrick Clancy on the witness stand, when he returned, he was technically being cross-examined by the defense. But the defense had an ability to take the cross-examination beyond the direct examination because Patrick Clancy is also a witness for the defense. And they wanted to get him in and out of the courtroom in one trip rather than bring him back 3 weeks from now. So this cross-examination is extremely important for the defense. So let's take you inside the courtroom as the defense, again, focusing on the days, weeks, and months leading up to what happened inside that home on January 24th, 2023. Let's take a look.
Do you recall that the difficulties or the trouble, so to speak, began towards the end of September into October of 22?
Yeah, it was pretty gradual.
Okay. But do you remember when the DA asked you yesterday whether or not you used your computer to Google suicide in, I think it was August of 22? Do you remember her asking you that question?
Yes.
And do you remember your response?
No, honestly.
You didn't Google that, did you?
I don't think I did, no.
No. But I'm going to show you, sir, a web history of your computer. Have in mind that the question was asked of you as to whether or not in August of 22 you Googled suicide. You responded no, right?
Correct.
The inference being, I guess, that back in August of 22, she would have Googled it, apparently, right?
Sure.
You know a guy named Tim Hall?
I think you mean Tom Hall.
Yeah, Tom Hall, I apologize. Who's Tom Hall?
He's a musical artist.
He's a what artist?
Like a country artist.
Country. Is he like a guitar playing guy or singer?
Yeah, was.
When you say was, what happened to him?
He committed suicide.
And I'm going to show you, sir, your Surface Pro records back in August of 22. Do you recall Googling the name Tom Hall so you could access one of his new albums or new records?
I do remember briefly listening to Tom Hall's music.
Okay. Now you've never seen you haven't seen this document before, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this would be, I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. When you get a phone dump or a computer records dump, you get a printout of all the sites that somebody would go on, Google, Wikipedia, things like that.
Right.
If you can look to the right,
Yep.
down a little bit, you see, I think it says Tom Hall.
Yeah.
What does it say on Tom Hall?
It says his Wikipedia page.
Yep. Let me see here. So, here, we've got so that shows you when somebody Googles, and then it goes Wikipedia, and you see where up above it says suicide methods?
Yeah. I didn't Google suicide methods now.
But in fact, sir, when you Google Tom Hall, it took you to the Wikipedia page and it said that he died, right?
He did, yeah.
And then you clicked on the Wikipedia page and it went into a hyperlink. You know what a hyperlink is? I imagine you do. I don't. Hyperlink.
Yeah.
What is a hyperlink, just so I know?
So like in Wikipedia, it would be a word that's highlighted in blue and it goes to a website.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that as you move down on your searches that afternoon, that you were looking at Tom Hall, that it brought you to ways to commit suicide, Tom Hall, Google search, again, Tom Hall, all on that date at the same time. And you were just looking to see about the guy because he killed himself, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Counsel had asked you
Hold there for 1
about
second.
whether or not.
Just want to talk about this briefly. So don't forget the differing approaches to what happened to Lindsay Clancy and how she ended up in a wheelchair. Prosecutors say she faked a suicide attempt. And the defense says she tried to take her life and now she's in a wheelchair. So if you go back to August and you're researching suicide, prosecutors could say, well, she's looking at manners of suicide. She's trying to figure out how to fake this thing. Maybe. Is that what they're going to argue at the end? Maybe. But here you see the defense trying to clarify that it was actually Patrick who ended up going on the link related to suicide back in August. Let's continue to watch.
Lindsay was on Zoloft or any SSRI antidepressant medication in the past. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about that you were having a conversation with her and she said that she was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And it was, you were at a wedding, is that right? You were walking down the street, the two of you together, like at the end of the night, and she basically told you that she had to use the meds.
It was earlier in the day. It was before the wedding, but yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how, to your observation, how dedicated was she to taking her medications as instructed by the numerous doctors that she ultimately saw?
She always took them as instructed.
Do you remember, did she in fact have a diary that she kept of the milligrams, the type of medication, the date that she took the medication, and what, if any, reactions that she had to it? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And do you remember where that was kept? Did she keep it in any particular place?
I think she kept it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I'm going to show you a photograph that the state police took in your house. Would you agree, sir, that this book is, in fact, the same book, the same coloring that was in the bunch of books in your kitchen?
Yeah.
And on this book, you see what the caption of the book is.
Yeah, it says, good moms have scary thoughts.
Wow. Again, two different viewpoints of what's happening here in Lindsay Clancy's life. And here what the defense is attempting to do is to demonstrate to this jury that she's not lying to Patrick about the medications. She's taking her medications. She's not getting prescribed things and pretending to take them and feigning her level of mental illness. And as all this comes through, how far will prosecutors go to argue? Like, how deep was the plan that Lindsay Clancy had to murder her children? Yes, Patrick Clancy was the first witness, but as this trial continues to go, day after day, week after week, I still think he's going to be the most important witness, the one who is the father of the victims, the now former husband of the defendant, in the middle of this, impacted more than any other living person by what happened that day. So now on cross-examination by the defense, he's talking more about the history that they had, everything that was going on in their lives, in their relationship, and with the treatment for her issues in the days, weeks, and months leading up to the killing of the three children. Let's watch some more.
Okay, so you spoke to Dr. Goodhart. Did Dr. Goodhart, to your knowledge, prescribe any medication?
I think she recommended medication, and then
How many medications did she recommend?
I don't know if she recommended multiple. I want to say it was Cymbalta, but she said, check with your doctor and make a decision.
So when Lindsay left, it was because she wanted to leave one day early because of Cora's birthday. Is that right?
I didn't think it was. I don't think it was one day early. I think she had a 5-day stay, which at the time was my understanding was that was pretty standard. And yeah, she did want to attend Cora's birthday.
So there's no doubt, sir, in your mind that when she was discharged from McLean, that you got these, right? McLean?
Yes.
Yeah. That when she was discharged from McLean Hospital, it was not against medical advice. The doctors gave her a bill of health and let her go with you, right?
Right.
And off of the McLean records.
Any objection?
No.
All right, they may be admitted.
Big point here for the defense.
Now, when you go to the hospital and you get out of the hospital, they give you a bag and you've got medications and a little card and it says, thank you for being here, stuff like that. Did you guys get anything from McLean at all?
I don't think so.
Did you get any recommendations other than the doctor suggesting that you might want to try Cymbalta? Did they give you a script?
I don't think so.
You know what Cymbalta was?
No.
You remember Dr. Goodhart telling Lindsay to Google it?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. In fact, she Googled hundreds of times
Yeah.
medication, right?
Yeah.
So when you guys go home, and now it's January, obviously, you had the party for Cora, correct?
Yeah.
You guys had friends over, or friends that you guys knew?
Friends came to the party, which was at a place in Plymouth.
Would you agree with me that Lindsay had a number of friends from actually grammar school through high school through college that she stayed in touch with over the years?
Yeah.
And you as well?
Yep.
And they're good friends. Like you still would see them and you guys would do dinner and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
Actually, one of your friends, I think it was one of your friends, it might have been one of her friends, actually named her in January or around that time frame to be godmother or take care of their child if anything bad happened to them and they were dead, right? Remember that?
My brain has been foggy for the last couple of years, but
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. In January, as time went by, do you recall that she would actually continue to take notes of her medications that she was taking, right?
That sounds like something Lindsay would do.
Kept a diary or a little log, right?
Yep.
I'm approaching you, sir, with this and asking if you can identify this.
Yes.
And when you say yes, and I'll put it on the little screen, what is it?
It's the dosage of medication that she took and how she's feeling.
So this is kind of like a little medical diary that she was keeping?
Yeah.
For example, here you see on that 5 milligrams Valium, 200 Seroquel, slept well, horrible thoughts in the morning, right?
Yeah.
And did she at some point, I think the DA had asked you, I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, if I may.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Thank you. There was an occasion where she told you in the presence of her mother that she was having horrible thoughts, right?
Right.
And you told us about that yesterday. And that it was quite an emotional thing for her to do that, right?
Right.
After that time frame, you continued on. You were working in the basement, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't say basement. It was a finished place, right?
Finished basement, yeah.
And that was where you worked on a regular basis. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would that be a 40-hour week or longer?
It varied, but yeah, roughly 40 hours.
And I know it was maybe COVID, tail end of COVID, but one of the other reasons that you did that was so you could be home and help out. Is that right?
Yeah, I worked from home since 2018.
Okay.
But yeah, I built an office down there.
So you were always there?
Yeah.
Not always, but you were down there when you would work?
When I wasn't traveling, yeah, I was there.
Okay. So when would you travel? Tell us about that.
I really didn't travel actually much during COVID, just towards the end and once in November.
November of what year?
2022.
November of 2022.
But before that, I traveled extensively.
Well, let's look at November of 2022. November of 2022 is a month before she is telling you and her mother that she was having thoughts about hurting the children, right?
Right.
It's November of 2022, and you traveled. Where did you travel to?
New York.
And how long were you there, sir?
2 nights.
And who took care of the kids?
Lindsay.
Sorry?
Lindsay took care of the kids.
Lindsay. So for 2 days, 2 nights, a month and a week or so before she killed the children, she was home with the kids for 2 days. Is that right?
Right.
Fair to say that you also had your friends that you would do brunch with on occasion, Sundays or weeknights or whenever, guys night type thing?
Yeah.
And you'd be out with your friends. If she wanted to kill the kids, she certainly could have done it that time when you're out, right?
In theory.
As opposed to sending you on a 3-minute trip to CVS and a 9-minute trip to a restaurant, you were away for 2 days in November and on a number of occasions for brunch as well as skiing, right? You're a pretty active guy.
Yeah.
Right?
I get what the defense is doing here. The only difference is prosecutors are alleging part of the plan is the fake suicide. So if he's away for 2 days, you can't fake your suicide and be rescued by your husband, right? So that's how I think prosecutors will respond to that. But the question I have, how far will prosecutors go in arguing again what the plan was of Lindsay Clancy? Will they say that her diary where she's writing horrible thoughts is part of the plan, or is it reality? I've been saying this throughout, and I will continue to say it in my analysis of the prosecution and the defense. Defense wants to focus on the days, weeks, and months leading up to the killing of the children. Prosecutors really want to focus on the day of the killing. So Patrick Clancy, after he's cross-examined, it's time for redirect. And once again, the prosecution going into the timeline of the day the 3 children were strangled to death by Lindsay Clancy. Let's take a look.
Mr. Clancy, you were shown an email, and it's been marked as an exhibit that you sent to coworkers on January 24th, 2023 at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
And you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of yourself going into the CVS in Kingston at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you had your phone with you, correct, because you used it? And we also saw you on the 3V footage using your phone as well, correct?
Right.
So you were clearly out of the house at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Sorry, what time did you say I was at CVS?
So you walked in at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you left the house. As you were leaving the house, Lindsay sent you the text about PDLX, correct?
I don't know if I had left the house yet, but yeah.
But that was sent at 5:15 p.m., correct?
Right.
And how far away is the Kingston CVS?
3 minutes.
Okay. And so you leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived at CVS, correct?
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know.
We could
I don't know what time I pulled in the parking lot.
I'm not asking what time you pulled into the parking lot, but is it fair to say that the video that you were shown earlier shows you entering the store at 5:32 p.m.?
Yes.
So from the time you should have been at the parking lot of CVS around 5:20 p.m. until 5:32 p.m., could you have been in your car sending this email on your iPhone?
Yeah, I just don't know if I pulled into the parking lot at 5:20.
But sometime after the text was sent from Lindsay about Pedialyte, but before 5:32 p.m., you were in your car.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you were asked about my questions to you about going to Boston, and my questions to you were about December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Because your anniversary is December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Right.
So Dawson was taken to the doctors on December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, did you have plans, not that they were followed through, but did you have plans to go to Boston that day?
Yeah, so I can provide some clarification on that.
Sure.
So yeah, on Monday I was a little bit confused by it because we were home. But yeah, I think there was a plan prior to that, like an anniversary plan to go to Boston, but it was canceled.
Okay.
And the picture you showed was from September.
So the plans that you had to go to Boston, showing you here. Some text messages between yourself and Lindsay. And here, there's one here that says, the spa, the Omni is booked, but you're on the wait list. As a backup, I have you booked for massage at the nearby IHG for 90 minutes at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then you later say we can get lunch and then head over. She responds, okay. And then you write that they'll let you use the gym and the pool while she's getting her massage. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you talk about plans for lunch and dinner. And so there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah, we canceled them, yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here in the text messages, correct?
Right, yeah. It was just confusing because we were home. But yeah, when I left, I recollected that, and then I found the picture, and the picture was from September.
And was that from the wedding you went to?
Yeah.
If we could have the text messages marked as the next specific.
Any objection? All right, that may be admitted.
87. Now, in cross-examination, you said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed. But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills. Is that correct?
That's correct, but the understanding was that she took it as directed.
Because she told you she did?
Yeah.
And because you trusted her to do so?
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't sit here and say definitively that she took every pill exactly as instructed every single time because you didn't watch her every time, correct?
I was not standing next to her every time she took pills.
You can see the way prosecutors are couching and going to deal with a lot of Patrick Clancy's testimony that does not help them. It's that he's getting his information from her, and she's the one manipulating everything. So I think they may go all in on this. I think prosecutors at the end of this trial will be all in on Lindsay Clancy sort of masterminding the murders of her 3 children and then masterminding a fake suicide attempt that went wrong. She didn't expect to be paralyzed, but that's what happened, right? And everything that she did in the buildup to that, she didn't really take the medications, right? The writing in the logs is, oh yeah, she's just covering her tracks. She's making a paper trail that she's having these horrible thoughts, which I think prosecutors are going to argue she wasn't actually happening. The question is, will the jury believe that beyond a reasonable doubt? That's it for this episode. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Vinnie Politan. As always, please don't forget to hug the kids.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Your Honor.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name, please?
Yes, Mark Anthony Maffio.
And how about spelling your last name for the purpose of the record?
Maffeo.
And where are you employed, sir?
Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
12 years.
And has your career been with the Duxbury Department, or did you work anywhere else?
I worked in Rockland and Cohasset prior to Duxbury.
So how long have you been at Duxbury Police?
9 years.
9?
Yes.
What's your current rank or assignment at the Duxbury Police Department?
Patrol sergeant.
And I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. What was your assignment then?
A detective.
Were you working on January 24th of 2023?
I was not. I was called in to work.
Okay, so who contacted you?
At the time, it was Detective Sergeant Jamali.
And is that the normal course in Duxbury when a larger incident or investigation occurs, that sometimes you'd be called in to work a scene if you're not on shift?
Yes.
And Detective Jamali, where did he tell you to go?
Initially was reported, I believe it was 42 South Summer Street in Duxbury.
And so do you recall if you went to that location?
I did.
When you arrived there, was the scene still active, meaning there were still kind of ambulances and everything on scene?
Yes.
Did you go into the house?
Not at that time, no.
Were you advised when you arrived on scene that one of the parties was being sent to the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And so as a result of that information, what did you do?
I was then tasked with going down to South Shore Hospital.
Now, when you went to South Shore Hospital, did you know the party that was going to be transported there?
Yes.
Who was the party that you were going to meet?
I was advised it was one of the homeowners, Lindsay Clancy.
And you later became aware that the home at 47 Summer Street was the home of Patrick and Lindsay Clancy, correct?
That's correct.
And again, you were also later made aware that they had the 3 children.
Correct.
Were you advised of where the 3 children were?
Yes.
And how about the husband? Were you advised of where Patrick Clancy was?
I was.
As far as the people transported to South Shore Hospital, you came to learn that only Lindsay Clancy was sent to that location, correct?
That's correct.
Did you expect somebody else to be arriving there?
Initially, before I had left the residence, it was a little bit of confusion. They thought that the husband was also being transported to South Shore.
And at some point, were you later advised that that ambulance was turned around and sent to Beth Israel in Plymouth?
Correct.
So when you were at the South Shore Hospital, did you have an opportunity to observe Lindsay Clancy?
I did.
In what condition was she when you observed her at South Shore Hospital?
She appeared sedated and unconscious with several lacerations to her arms and neck.
Okay.
I have no objection to the photographs, Your Honor.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you 4 photographs real quick. If you could take a look at those.
Yep.
Do you recognize the individual in these photographs?
I do.
And were you present when these photographs were taken?
I don't recall.
Okay. As far as the condition that the person in these photographs was in, do you recall this to be a fair and accurate representation of what she looked like?
Yes.
I would ask to move these as the next 4
All right,
exhibits.
those may be admitted.
It's 110 through 113.
Sir, if I could just draw your attention to the screen, the side view. I'm showing you now what's been marked as Exhibit 110, and who is the individual depicted in this photograph?
Lindsay Clancy.
And those are the injuries that you observed that day of her on her neck?
Correct.
And showing you on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit number 111. Again, is that Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And the injuries that you observed on January 24th on her neck?
Correct.
And 112, Exhibit 112, in the middle of this photograph with an arm extended, there are some cuts in a cut in the middle. Did you observe those on January 24th as well?
I did.
And finally, Exhibit 113, that would be the other arm. Did you observe those cuts to that arm?
Yes.
Now, in addition to observing her at South Shore Hospital, did you do anything to collect potential evidence that day?
I did.
And what did you do?
I gathered, I believe they were already had been removed from the hospital staff, clothing, pants, shirt, I believe it was a scarf, and wedding bands.
Okay. May I approach again?
You may.
I'm just going to show you 7 photographs if you could take a look at those. Are these 7 photographs familiar to you? Are the items depicted in these photographs familiar?
Yes.
I'd move to admit these as the next exhibits, please.
Any objection?
I have no objection to any of the photographs.
They may be admitted.
It should be 114-7. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Reporter.
Now, sir, the items that you then collected, you said that they were provided to you. Who gave them to you?
It was one of the hospital staff.
Okay, and so in examining those, you would agree that those items had been cut off of the individual?
Correct.
And so after taking custody of those particular items, did other law enforcement arrive at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And who arrived?
Trooper Lawler from the Mass State Police and Officer Lepard from the Duxbury Police.
And again, you had been at the scene at 47 Summer Street, correct?
Correct.
And then you went to South Shore Hospital. Were other members of the Duxbury Department at the Summer Street address and at other locations during the time you were at the hospital?
Would believe so, but I'm not positive.
And were you aware that the state police had become involved in this case?
Yes.
And based on your experience as a Duxbury officer, do you sometimes work in tandem with the state police on certain types of investigations?
We do.
And so when Trooper Lawler arrived at the hospital, did you turn over these items to him?
I did.
Now, in the time that you were at the South Shore Hospital, did you have the opportunity to speak at all with Lindsay Clancy?
No.
In the time that you observed her, was she responsive at all?
No.
Was she in custody at that point?
I would say yes.
Well, let me ask you this. As far as when a person is placed in custody, you usually advise them that they are, correct?
Correct.
I don't hear him saying that he's not sure. His answer was yes.
All right.
So I understand what the government...
Sustained.
When your department has somebody in custody, is it protocol to have an officer stay with that individual?
Yes.
And in this case, was somebody assigned to stay with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
At the time you were at the hospital, was that your role?
Yes.
At some point, did someone else from your department come to keep watch?
Yes.
Who was that person?
I believe it was Officer Lepard. I know Officer Broderick was also assisting. I can't recall if he arrived at the hospital as well.
Okay, but you recall Officer Lepard?
Yes.
And once the scene was secured at South Shore Hospital, did you leave?
I did.
And where did you go?
Back to the address in Duxbury.
And that would be 47 Summer Street, correct? I think you might have said 42 at one point.
You're right. Yep. 47 Summer.
And at the residence at 47 Summer Street, did you assist other Duxbury officers in securing the scene upon the arrival of the crime scene services?
Yes.
Were you present when the Massachusetts State Police Detectives Unit executed a search warrant at 47 Summer Street?
I was.
And was that kind of later that night into the early morning hours of the 25th?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Good morning, sir. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Yep, Michael Snyder,
Do you mind spelling your last name for the record, please?
Snyder.
And how are you employed?
I'm a physician at Beth Israel
And how long have you been a physician?
since 1998.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
So undergrad at UMass Amherst, I did medical school at Tufts University, and then I did my residency in emergency medicine at Boston University.
And how long have you worked at Beth Israel?
Since 2014, 12 years.
And do you primarily work in the emergency department?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of the year 2023. Do you recall working in the emergency department on that day?
Yes.
And in the evening, were you made aware of multiple pediatric traumas that were coming into the emergency department?
Yes.
And when you are made aware of people coming in, how does that occur?
So we'll typically get a call on the EMS phone that something's coming in that they want us to know about up front.
And do they provide you with some basic background information about what's occurring or what occurred on scene and what's occurring during the transport?
When possible, yeah.
And when the emergency personnel, the EMTs or paramedics arrived at Beth Israel, there were 3 patients, correct?
Correct.
And you were assigned to treat 1 patient?
Correct.
Do you recall which patient that was?
Cora?
And prior to EMS arriving, did you learn more about Cora's presentation and what was occurring?
Yeah, so we had heard that, all 3 were in cardiac arrest, and Cora in particular, they were still working on doing CPR and doing what we call pediatric advanced life support, so medications to try and restart the heart. And they also mentioned that they had used what we call a defibrillator to shock the heart to try to restart it, and they were still doing CPR when they were arriving.
And is this information important to you as you're assessing a patient coming into the emergency department?
Yeah, it's important to know, what things look like in the field, how long the patient might have been without a pulse, or how long they may not have been breathing for, so we can kind of expect or know what injuries to look out for, what we can potentially reverse.
And were you aware of the age of Cora?
Yes.
And she was 5, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the medications that you were aware of, what medications had been provided?
So prior to coming to us, she had been given epinephrine, which is the primary medication we use in a cardiac arrest.
And do you know how they had administered that medicine to her?
Yeah, so she had what we call an intraosseous device in her right tibia. Sometimes it's very difficult to get an IV in, so we can go directly into the bone or the bone marrow.
And were you aware of whether she had been intubated en route?
So she was not intubated en route.
When she arrived at the emergency department, were you there to greet the ambulance?
Yes.
And what happens when a patient comes in through the emergency department via ambulance?
So when the patient first comes in, we immediately have our team, start to sort of take over care so there's no gap. And then we also get a sign out from the paramedics and EMTs and any other staff that had been involved in the case.
And do you and your emergency room staff then perform your own initial assessment of the patient?
Yes.
So what do you do for that?
So initially, we sort of go through our ABCs, airway, breathing, circulation. So initially, focusing on the primary things, such as making sure we're getting air and oxygen into the patient, keeping the heart going, so continuing CPR at that point.
And as far as Cora went, did you observe that she was breathing?
So she was not breathing on her own.
How about the heart? Did you observe that her heart was beating?
There was no heartbeat.
How about her physical appearance? What observations did you make of her physical appearance?
So initially when she had come in, some of the things we notice is sort of a blue tint to the skin, which typically, we can see when there's less oxygen or lack of oxygen. And then the other things on a quick survey is there was some areas of bruising on the neck and around the eyes called petechia, kind of little bleeding, episodes of bleeding under the skin, and I believe a small amount of blood coming from the nose.
Were you able to make observations of her hands or other parts of her body?
So the hands definitely had that, what we call cyanosis or blue hue.
Now, as far as the eyes, you mentioned petechiae around the face and the eyes as well as the neck. Did you notice anything else about her eyes?
So the pupils were fixed and enlarged.
Why is that significant to you?
So oftentimes when we see it coming in, it can indicate two different things. Some of the medications like epinephrine can cause the pupils to dilate, but also if the brain is starting to become damaged or not functioning, then you start to lose initially some of the signals that would make the pupils smaller, so they'll tend to start to get enlarged or dilated if there's brain injury starting or has occurred.
Now, you indicated that when Cora arrived, she was not intubated, meaning she did not have a breathing tube in. Did you and your team attempt to intubate her?
Yes.
And did you do that on your own or with the assistance of other parts of the emergency department or the hospital?
So we had anesthesia there. After we got the phone calls of multiple patients coming in, typically we'll have all the help that we could possibly need there to be able to take care of all the patients. So I had an anesthesiologist in the room with me who put the breathing tube in.
In instances where an individual might have suffered some sort of injury to their neck, does that complicate the insertion of a breathing tube?
It can, yeah, because normally you might need to move or tilt the head to get a direct view where you can put a breathing tube in, but when there's a concern for neck injury, we stabilize it typically with a collar or manually, so you don't have the ability to move the head and the neck around to try and get a better view.
Once a breathing tube was put in, were you and your team able to manually give breath to Cora?
Yes.
Now, did you then perform an assessment, a cardiac assessment of her?
Yeah, so in addition to listening to the heart, feeling for a pulse, we'll also tend to use an ultrasound machine in the room where we can kind of get a direct view of heart function.
And you were aware that they had defibrillated her twice in the ambulance. Why is that significant when you're treating a patient that's in cardiac arrest?
So when they defibrillate a patient, it's typically the heart's or might be in a rhythm where it can't pump blood, so it might be sort of out of sync or quivering, where we may attempt to use electricity to kind of shock it back into a rhythm.
Once you performed the ultrasound, the cardiac ultrasound, were there any attempts made further to use a defibrillator or?
Yeah.
Throughout your course of treatment with her, did you continue with various medications?
Yes.
And was CPR ongoing throughout your entire time with her?
Yes.
Were you consulting with any other colleagues or any other hospitals in regards to the care of Cora?
Yeah, so we actually had, in addition to all my colleagues in the emergency room, we had intensive care physicians from Children's that were on the phone with us, kind of working through any things that may have come up in the case, also expecting that they would be receiving the patients from us.
Is your hospital at the Beth Israel equipped to handle this type of pediatric trauma?
So we can do the initial stabilization, but then we need to ship the patients out to either get a specialty care or continued inpatient care.
And how long did efforts in treating Cora continue?
So in the emergency room, roughly 30 minutes.
And fair to say that all of the efforts that you made were not successful?
Correct.
And at approximately 1928 or 7:28, did you finally declare Cora deceased?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything?
I have no questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Doctor.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Mark Joseph Tenerowicz, MarkJoseph
And what is your date of birth, sir?
2/28/69.
What do you do for a living?
I was an emergency physician. I'm currently not acting as an emergency physician.
What do you currently do?
I do disability review for the state of Rhode Island.
And so directing your attention back to January of 2023, were you an emergency room physician at that time?
Yes, I was.
And where did you work?
Beth Israel Deaconess, Plymouth.
And could you briefly describe for the jurors your educational background and the training that you underwent to qualify to be an emergency room physician?
I did my undergraduate education at Trinity College. I did a one-year post-baccalaureate pre-medical program at Bryn Mawr College. I then got my medical degree from Brown University, and I did my residency in emergency medicine at UMass Memorial in Worcester.
And when you finished your education and training, did you work in emergency care after that point up until you changed positions?
I worked in emergency medicine from 1997 until May of 2025.
And directing your attention to January 24th, 2023, were you working in the evening hours that day?
I was.
And at some point in time, did you treat a child named Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
How did he arrive at the hospital?
He arrived by fire department ambulance.
And when he arrived, were you given a summary of his injuries by emergency personnel?
Yes.
What did you learn at that time?
I was told that he reportedly had been strangled and he was found without a pulse and not breathing.
And what observations did you make of Dawson yourself?
When he arrived, he had a breathing tube in. They had placed a device into the bone of his leg to give him intravenous fluids and medicines. CPR was in progress. He was not breathing on his own and he had no pulse and was not responding.
And did you observe any trauma to his body?
I believe there were some old appearing bruises on his legs and there was some ruptured blood vessels on his face.
And did you observe anything in the area of his neck?
Not that I can recall.
And what did you do to treat Dawson?
We continued CPR. We continued to give him IV fluids. We gave him doses of adrenaline to try and restart his heart. We confirmed that the breathing tube was in the right position. We eventually gave medicines to treat the presumed acid buildup in his blood. We gave him calcium to make sure that his heart would, if it started again, would beat effectively. And that's what we did.
And how did you go about making sure that the breathing apparatus was in place properly?
Basically 4 ways. We detected carbon dioxide in the air coming out of his lungs, which usually just comes from the lungs. I listened and could hear breath sounds. I looked with a video laryngoscope to confirm that the tube was between the vocal cords going into the lungs, and we did an x-ray.
And when you say you were hearing breath sounds, was that him breathing on his own or something else breathing for him?
That it was someone breathing for him, squeezing the bag attached to the breathing tube.
Okay. And so that the breath sounds you heard just confirmed that whoever was squeezing the bag valve mask, the air from that was going into the lungs and then carbon dioxide was coming out?
He was not breathing spontaneously.
Okay. And are you, while all of this is happening, are you continuing to assess him and his condition?
Yes.
And what were your assessments?
So we would stop periodically every several minutes to very briefly check to see if he was breathing on his own or if he had a pulse. And he was not at any point. At one point, towards the end of the resuscitation, I used an ultrasound to determine if his heart was beating effectively, and there was no evidence of that.
Okay. And based on your training and experience, at some point in time, did you make a determination that your efforts weren't going to be successful?
I did, based on the time from when resuscitative efforts started in the field by the paramedics and the time that we put in, and the fact that despite the best resuscitative efforts we could, the fluids, the medicines, the CPR, breathing for him, it did not look like his heart would ever start again.
Approximately how long did you and your team work on Dawson?
I believe we worked on Dawson about 40 minutes in addition to what the paramedics had done previously.
At any point in time, did you try to use a defibrillator?
I did not.
And why is that?
He was unfortunately never in a heart rhythm that would have made defibrillation an effective treatment.
So your heart has to be in a certain condition for a defibrillator to even work?
Yes, there are 2 heart rhythms, basically equivalent of the heart, that if you use a defibrillator, you can restore a rhythm that makes the heart beat effectively. He was never in one of those rhythms.
And at some point in time, did you declare Dawson deceased?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall when that was?
I believe from my review of the records recently, it was at 1928.
In 1928, would that be 7:28 p.m.?
That's correct.
Thank you, doctor.
Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon. You indicated that you observed what appeared to be older bruises to his legs, his lower
Yes.
legs, that like shin area? That area?
Yes.
And you also had an interosseous device, I think, is that what you said?
Yes, he did.
And that would require inserting a needle or something into the actual shin bone area?
Yes, into the tibia.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name's Dr. Andrew Capraro, last name Capraro,
And your date of birth, please?
July 9th, 1970.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an attending physician in the emergency department at Boston Children's Hospital
And how long have you done that?
for the last 26 years.
Can you just briefly describe for us the training and education you had to qualify for that role?
I went to Providence College undergrad and then went to Brown Medical School. Subsequently, I went to Connecticut Children's Medical Center for my pediatric residency, and then did fellowship training in pediatric emergency medicine at Boston Children's Hospital from 2000 to 2003, and have been attending there ever since.
And what's involved with being an attending at Boston Children's Hospital?
It means that I am guiding the care and treatment for the patients that I am seeing during my particular shift.
And are you assigned to a specific location or area of the hospital?
I'm always in the emergency department, and the emergency department is broken up into different zones, of which I am sort of the primary attending for one set of rooms.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Were you working that evening?
I was.
And at some point in time, did you learn that a patient named Callan Clancy was going to be transported to your hospital?
I did.
And do you recall where he was being brought from?
From Beth Israel, Plymouth, I believe.
And was he being med-flighted to your facility?
Correct.
And were you provided with some information about the patient in order to prepare for his arrival?
I was.
And what did you learn?
We have a communication center where facilities that are transferring patients to us call to let us know that the patient is coming. And so that comm center had been notified about this patient, who then got in touch with me as the attending who would be caring for the patient to let me know what had happened there and the condition of the patient when he was arriving.
And what did you learn about the condition of the patient, Callan Clancy, as he was being flown to your hospital?
What I was told was that it was believed that the patient had been strangled, and when he arrived at Plymouth, he was in cardiac arrest, that they had intubated him and initiated CPR, and they had gotten return of spontaneous circulation, and that they were then going to transfer him to us for further evaluation and care.
And at some point in time, did Callan arrive at your hospital?
That is correct.
And were you able to observe him physically?
Yes.
What observations did you make about his physical condition?
He was cold on arrival, and he was quite limp, was not making any purposeful movements on his own. His pupils were fixed and dilated, and he had ligature marks about his neck with some swelling of the neck.
And his pupils being fixed and dilated, is that medically significant for you?
Yes, it is.
And why is that?
It typically means that significant injury has happened to the brain, such that there is brain swelling that has sort of what do I want to say? It has overwhelmed the capacity of the skull, such that the swelling has made the brain sort of herniate through the base of the skull.
Does that mean the brain's swelling so much it's pushing through the skull?
Correct.
And what observations did you make of his heart rate?
His heart was beating, and we did have to provide him with an epinephrine drip to keep his heart rate and his blood pressure within normal limits, but it was beating on its own.
And how did you know that you had to provide the epinephrine for him to stabilize that heart rate?
It was initiated at BI because they had noticed that his blood pressure was low, and you need to have normal blood pressure for the blood to perfuse your organs and keep them healthy. And so we were looking for certain parameters to sort of maintain that, which we did on that epinephrine drip.
And when you say BI, you're referring to Beth Israel?
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. And so as far as his breathing, how was he breathing on his own?
He had been intubated at the outside hospital, and he was needing a ventilator to breathe for him. Occasionally, he would have sort of a breath on his own, we would notice. We were able to see that because when he attempted to take a breath on his own, he would trigger the ventilator to continue that breath. But it was rare. For sure, he needed the ventilator to maintain his ventilation.
Would it be fair to say that the majority of his breathing was being done by the ventilator?
Yes, the vast majority of his breathing.
Now, once you have received this information while he's coming in, and then you've made your own physical observations of Callan, are there certain tests that you have run on him?
Yeah, our job, once we received him, was to perform further evaluation and stabilization to help determine what the next steps of his medical care would be. So prior to him arriving, we had contacted our trauma team and our ICU doctors to let them know that he was coming and that we would need their assistance. And then under my care, we performed some routine blood work, so a head CT, a neck CT, and a chest X-ray to sort of help us guide the next steps.
And from the head CT and the other testing that you did, what were you able to learn from the results of those tests?
The head CT in particular showed significant brain swelling consistent with hypoxic ischemic injury, which was most likely, or which was the most significant finding that we found.
So could you please explain for us what is hypoxic ischemic injury?
Hypoxic is just a fancy word for not getting enough oxygen, and ischemic is just a fancy word for not getting enough blood flow. And so when your organs don't get enough oxygen and blood, they sort of suffer injury and therefore get to swelling. And so his brain was showing evidence of that.
So would it be fair to say that his brain wasn't getting enough oxygen and blood flow, and then because of that it was damaged and swelling?
Correct.
Now, this type of swelling and injury, as you're describing it, can that be caused by strangulation, the injury of the brain?
Most certainly.
And you mentioned earlier that you did see some marks around his neck. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those consistent with?
Strangulation of some sort, most likely from an object, based upon the linear aspect of the bruising.
And when you say the linear aspect of the bruising, does that mean it's in a straight line?
Correct.
Now, once you had the results of this testing, was there, did you make a decision on what to do next?
Yeah, you know, the main thing was to help us figure out, did the patient need to go to the operating room for some sort of other procedure to help with this, or was this something that could be dealt with medically? And so once we had the results of the head CT and then the neck CT as well, it was felt that the next appropriate step in his medical care would be to be transitioned to the intensive care unit for them to take over care.
Why was it that surgery was not an option to help Callan in this situation?
Yeah, you know, the neurosurgery doctors were there to sort of help us make that decision. There was no significant bleeding, for example, that would need to be evacuated. There was nothing that they felt from a surgical point of view would help alleviate the problems that we saw in the CT.
Okay. And so was his care transferred to the ICU?
That is correct.
And once Callan was transferred to the intensive care unit, did your care for him end at that point?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reddington?
No questions, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Please step down. Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Dr. David Cassavant.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Morning, Honor.
Tree Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Surely. My first name is David. My last name is Casavant. It's spelled C-A-S-A-V-A-N-T.
And your date of birth, sir?
5263.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an ICU physician at Boston Children's Hospital.
Can you briefly describe for us your educational and training background?
Sure. I went to college out at Holy Cross in Worcester and then to medical school at Boston University. I did my initial pediatric residency at Mass General Hospital and then went back and did a fellowship in ICU medicine at that hospital as well.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at Boston Children's Hospital in the medical surgical ICU.
And how long have you worked at Boston Children's Hospital?
18 years.
And have you always worked in the ICU there?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 26, 2023. At that point in time, did you take over the care of a patient named Callan Clancy?
I did.
And prior to taking over the care of Callan Clancy, did you do anything to familiarize yourself with his treatment and care?
Yes, I did. One of my colleagues had taken care of him the day before in the ICU, and I spoke with her, and so I was familiar with his case.
Okay. And did you also review reports and testing that had been performed while he was at the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And after reviewing the reports and the test results and speaking to your colleague, can you tell us what you learned from all of that?
Well, it seemed that Callan had a severe neurologic injury based on both testing and the examination that I did at the time.
And when you say a neurologic injury, is that a brain injury?
It's a brain injury, yes it is, yeah.
And did you review specifically a head CT scan of Callan?
Yes, I did.
And what did the head CT scan show you or tell you about his condition?
Well, the head CT is a picture of the brain, which was done in the emergency room when he was admitted to Boston Children's Hospital. And the CT scan showed an enormous amount of swelling of the brain itself.
And that the swelling of the brain, is that medically significant?
Very much so. When you have an injury to the brain that is caused by anoxia, which means a lack of oxygen, I describe this with families that the injury is very much like being out in the sun. You don't notice it at the time, but swelling occurs over the course of time. And one of the things with a lack of oxygen to the brain is the injury occurs and then swelling starts to happen over the course of time, typically peaking at 48 to 72 hours. When you see swelling that happens that early in a case, as in Callan's, it means that there's been a very significant lack of oxygen and therefore injury to the brain itself.
So, for example, some types of injuries that would withhold oxygen from the brain would be more mild and the swelling would occur over time. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct, yes.
So if a severe injury happens that withholds oxygen from the brain, that's when you see that immediate swelling like Callan had?
Very much so. Sort of the comparison of a sunburn to a burn that you might get from a stove. This was a stove. It's very, very profound.
Did you perform a physical examination of Callan?
I did.
And what did you observe?
Well, one of the first things that I noticed as I approached him was that he had a breathing tube in place, and I knew from my colleague that he was not on any sedation, which is very difficult to tolerate, having a breathing tube through the vocal cords if you're not sedated, and he was not sedated at the time. The next thing is when I approach a patient in their bed in the ICU, we always start with a quick introduction that we're going to be coming near them in case they're asleep. And I usually start with something along the lines of, I'm Dr. Dave, I'm just going to listen to your heart. And I'd usually address them by name and to see if they start to respond. And then I'll go ahead with the rest of the exam, but that's just to sort of warn them that someone might be touching them. And then they'll listen to heart, lungs, and then to move forward to see if how responsive they are. So if you get no response at all from the initial, just using your voice, the next thing is and then from the exam, if they don't move around, then you start to sort of think, well, let's see how responsive they are. And so the next thing is sort of a gentle touch off into the bottom of the foot to see you stroke the bottom of the foot and you see if they pull away. And then you can move, if you get no response from that, we'll do something that's a little bit more noxious or painful, where you can sort of pinch a little bit of skin to see if they start to react, or pushing on the fingernail and the nail bed pressure, which is actually very noxious. And if you can see several types of response, either no response, or you can see a very specific response where they pull away from that area. And that's a specific, or you can see generalized response, which are all sort of graded, graded along those that as we're sort of getting a sense for what their level of consciousness was.
So if I could go over a few of those things that you just mentioned.
Sorry.
You said that that the first thing that you noticed that was significant was that Callan had the breathing tube in place through the vocal cords without any sedation. So without sedation, would having a breathing tube in that place cause pain?
Yes, no one would be able to tolerate it.
And so Callan was able to tolerate it without any sedation.
Yes.
Would that indicate he wasn't feeling that pain at that time?
Yes, exactly.
And you mentioned that you would address the patient by name and talk to them. Was there any reaction from Callan when you did that?
No, there was not.
And then you mentioned you would rub maybe something along the foot. Was there any reaction?
No, there was not.
And did you do what you described in pinching the fingernail or pinching somewhere on Callan to see if he responded?
Yes.
And did he respond?
No, he did not.
And what did these interactions and tests on Callan tell you about his condition?
This told me that he was unresponsive. He was unresponsive to both things that would cause discomfort and things that would cause pain.
Did you also do anything in terms of looking at his pupils and any tests on his eyes?
Yes. So after all the other things, that we look at the pupils, and so one of the things is we have it's a reflex response. If a light is shown in an eye, the pupil constricts. And what I noted about Callan was that his pupils stayed widely open and did not constrict.
And when someone's pupils stay open and wide when you shine a light in them, what does that indicate medically?
Well, the eyes are a direct extension of the brain, so that's why we focus a lot on them as an area of investigation. And the lack of a response to light indicates that there's some abnormality to that, and in this case, it was a brain injury. There's medications that can keep your eyes open if you've ever had an eye exam, but that was not the case with Callan.
And just to be clear, when you're talking about brain injury, we're not talking about some type of trauma that was inflicted on the brain. You're talking about the lack of oxygen and blood flow causing an injury to the brain, correct?
That's exactly correct, yes.
At that point in time, did you work with another doctor to do more in-depth testing regarding his neurological status?
Yes. So at Children's, we have multiple teams that come together for a patient, for many patients. But for Callan, the neurology team was there from the beginning. And when in a case like this, when we see no response in an unresponsive patient, we start to get our neurology team, and one of the things we start to do is brain death testing to see if they could be what we call brain dead, meaning that the brain itself is not functioning, and that even though their heart is still beating.
How is it that someone's heart can be beating if their brain is dead?
It's a really good question. So there's actually two parts to the nervous system. The one is the part that we see the most in people when they react, and they react to us, and they speak, and they do things. The other one is the autonomic or automatic system, and the automatic system is largely in charge of the things like the heart, if the heart has not been injured. And so it was sort of continuing on.
And does that give you any indication, the fact that the heart was still continuing on, about where the injuries were in the brain?
Yes, it does actually. Yeah,
Where would that be?
Yeah, so the large part of the brain that we sort of think of as when we see the pictures of the brain, that's the cerebellum, and that's the biggest thing in humans that is most developed, and that's in charge of our consciousness, our reaction to things, whereas the brain stem, which is another part, and that's really part of the autonomic system, and that's the same in almost all vertebrates and mammals, and it's much more automatic, and so it tells me that it seemed the cerebellum, which is that part that makes us sort of the human side of what we do, that's much more sensitive to a lack of oxygen, to an anoxic injury. And it told me that was really where that injury was in that part of the brain, much less so in the brain stem itself.
So would it be fair to say that the brain stem itself that controls those automatic responses was still functioning somewhat, but the part of the brain that made Callan was not functioning?
That's exactly correct, yeah.
And can you describe for us the brain death testing?
Sure. So the brain death testing at Boston Children's it's a very strict testing that includes some of the things that I just mentioned, but we work with our, there's a checklist that we work on with our neurologic colleagues. And we sort of go through each of what we would expect for responses from someone. And we actually then work through different of the nerve sets that we would expect them to respond to. We have it set up so that there's an ICU physician is there, and then a neurologist is there, and the neurologist and the neurology team, they're the ones who perform the brain death testing. And then the test is then repeated again 24 hours later, just to make sure that there's no piece of that is different or incongruous with a diagnosis of brain death.
And while the neurologist is doing this testing, are you there present, watching the testing and seeing the results as it happens?
Absolutely, yeah. So we're sort of committed to being there for the whole time. And the brain death testing itself goes through some really basic things. Again, as I described earlier, the things that would be painful and do they pull away or not. The eyes, looking at the reflexes of the eyes. There's also other reflexes too. Things like if you stroke the cornea, which is the front of the eye, people blink, and that's so the blink reflex, cough, gag. There's also a reflex where they actually put cold water into an ear, and that gives people a disequilibrium. And so those are all the things that we think about. And then also too, there's some breathing components to that as well.
Is one of those breathing components an apnea test?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And what is an apnea test?
So apnea is a word that just describes describes a lack of breathing.
And how do you test that?
So in a patient such as Callan, what we do, and in any patient when we're doing brain death testing, we actually disconnect them from the ventilator. And the reason that we do that is we want to see if that autonomic system in the brain will start to react as the carbon dioxide starts to increase. So our body makes carbon dioxide all the time, and the way we get rid of it is by exhaling. And where we breathe in fresh oxygen, and then we breathe out CO2. And what we do is we disconnect from the ventilator to see if, knowing that their carbon dioxide will start to rise, and the normal response for that autonomic part of the brain would be to sort of increase breathing. That's why we breathe when we sleep, because as we go to sleep, the conscious part of our brain stops, but the autonomic part kicks in, and then we breathe right through our sleep because that carbon dioxide rises.
So in a patient who has brain death, would it be accurate to state that as the carbon dioxide level increases, the automatic response would be to take a breath to get more oxygen, but a patient who's brain dead won't do that?
That's correct.
And did you do all of these tests, or did the neurologist do all these tests on Callan while you observed?
Yes, they did, yeah.
And did he have any response to any of the physical tests where you were looking for a reflex or a reaction?
No, he did not. No response to any.
And what was his reaction or results on the apnea test?
So the apnea test, again, we do all the brain testing one day, and then we wait at least 24 hours for the second one. The first, and what we expect with the carbon dioxide is that it will increase. We have it written in our, so it's all in writing for our protocol, that it will increase by 20 or get to a level of 60. A normal CO2 would be around 40. And the first time we did that, on the first day, it actually went to 59.7, not 60. And again, it was in our protocol as it has to get to 60 or increase by 20. And I actually talked to my colleagues, including neurology. I said, I know this is very close. It's 59.7, but it's not 60. I repeated that piece of the test later on that day to make sure that it was valid. And as I say, I checked with everyone to make sure that I was doing the right thing. They all agreed that we should just, and the second time it went to 87. So that was, everything else was the same. And we made sure that there's things that we look at too to make sure that there's not on any medications, that there's no changes in his temperature, there's no abnormalities of the salts in the blood, what we call the electrolytes. So all those conditions were the exact same. And I repeated that later on in the day, and it did come back positive.
Why is it so important that you meet that specific criteria? Why is 0.3 of a point so important?
Well, I wanted to make sure that there was no question about the data that we were gathering at the time.
And you said that this testing is again repeated 24 hours later, correct?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
Well, that's just to make sure that if there were any lingering effects of medications, if there was anything that else might have changed in the patient's level of alertness or level of response, to make sure that it still meets all those requirements 24 hours later.
And is it because you want to be sure that there's brain death before you remove life support?
Yes, and again, it's too important. It's too important a discussion and a gathering of data to not be very exact about it.
And so when you did observe the testing and then the following day on Callan, were the results the same in terms of no reaction and the carbon dioxide increasing?
Yes, they were.
And at that point in time, did he meet brain death criteria?
He did. He met. So we had determined that it was that he had met death by neurologic criteria.
And at that point in time, was a decision made to stop life support?
Yes, it was.
And that's done in consultation with the family, his father, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And was life support ended for Callan Clancy on January 27th, 2023?
It was, and one of the things is there's when you determine that someone has met criteria for neurologic brain death, that although we know that their brain is not functioning at that point, there's often a period of time where we don't have to his heart is still beating, so we don't have to remove the endotracheal tube at that time, and we often will give families, once it's been confirmed that the brain is no longer functioning, we often give families a period of time to able to process it, and a window of time. Sometimes there's relatives who will need to travel and things like that, and so we'll often then choose a time later on to accommodate the rest of life, knowing that they're stable at the time, to when we would actually remove the tube, and that would be the declaration of death.
And was that done in this case? Family was given an opportunity to see him, and then life support was ended, and then his heart stopped?
Yes, that's exactly.
He was declared deceased?
Yes.
Thank you.
Attorney Reddington? Thank you, sir.
And if we could talk specifically about the work that you did in this case. First, I'd like you to talk about your work done on the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. Now, you didn't actually handle those items, correct?
I did a portion of the laboratory work for those samples, but I did not handle the actual bands themselves. I handled swabs of those bands.
So at some point in time in the lab, someone took swabs from those bands, and then that was forwarded to the DNA unit, the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, there was item 2-2.1.1, swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, and item 2-2.2.1, swabs from the middle of the yellow exercise band, correct?
Could I refer to my report to confirm that?
Any objection?
Thank you. Yes.
And when doing your comparison work, did you also use some DNA profiles that had been generated in the lab for Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I utilized known standards that were developed from those individuals.
And known standards, are those basically the DNA profiles for each of those individuals?
Yes, known standards are samples collected directly from a known individual for comparison purposes.
Okay. And going to item 2-2.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, what were your findings?
So I'm going to start with a general statement for this report as a whole. The presence of multiple first-degree relatives in a mixture DNA profile can impact overall interpretation, including the determination of the number of contributors and likelihood ratios. Relatedness was considered for the following results. For item 2-2.1.1, sample from ends of yellow exercise band located in basement office, 47 Summer Street. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA. Due to the possible relatedness of low-level contributors to this profile, an alternate number of contributors was considered. First, assuming 2 contributors. The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributors 1 and 2 are suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.7 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. Assuming 3 contributors. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information and possible relatedness of contributors, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 920 octillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from contributor 1 of this DNA profile.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you've just told us. You mentioned the effect of relatedness. What does that mean?
So, as I mentioned, an individual's DNA is inherited approximately 1/2 from their mom and 1/2 from their dad. So this means that there's a lot of DNA shared between relatives, including between parent and children and between siblings. So this can affect the determination of the number of contributors. So when I review the profile to see how many people are in that profile, because there's so much DNA that is shared. So taking that into account, I did 2 different interpretations, first assuming 2 contributors and the second assuming 3 contributors, again, just due to the complexity of relatedness and its effect on this profile, especially low-level contributors.
And would it be correct to state that when there is this level of relatedness where you have 2 parents and 3 siblings, that you can have false exclusions?
If there is an underassignment of the number of contributors, meaning that the number of contributors is incorrectly assigned lower than it actually is, which is a possibility with relatedness because you're working with less information because that information is shared, the underassigning could lead to false exclusions of true contributors.
Could you also miss some people to include?
Due to the effects of relatedness, it could be difficult to determine number of contributors simply because so much information is shared. Therefore, it is more complex when assigning this number.
And for item 2-2.1.1, the ends of the yellow exercise band, whether you considered 2 contributors or 3 contributors, both of your findings find that Dawson Clancy was a contributor, a potential contributor.
Both propositions, either 2 contributors or 3 contributors, had high inclusionary stats for Dawson Clancy, correct?
Okay. What's a nonillion?
Nonillion is a very large number.
Do you know how many people are on Earth?
I know it's...
This is typical DNA gobbledygook at this point, Judge. I object.
Well, I object to his objection.
That's
Ridiculous.
overruled. Go ahead.
They're going to talk
You can
about
ask.
not millions and how many.
Counsel, can I see you over at sidebar? All right, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. 1.7 nonillion, is that more than there are people on the Earth?
That is more individuals that are on the Earth, but I would like to clarify that a likelihood ratio is not a random match probability or a rarity of that profile. A likelihood ratio is a ratio that describes the probability of observing the DNA profile if a certain person is included versus the probability of observing that DNA profile if a certain person is excluded or if it is another unknown, unrelated individual.
And you said nonillion is a very high number, correct?
Yes, that's a very large number in my opinion.
So it's a very large probability that Dawson Clancy is a contributor to that mixture.
It is a large likelihood ratio that provides support for the inclusion of Dawson Clancy to the profile.
And then going to item 2-2.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings for that?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 3.6 million times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.4 billion times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 2 individuals. There are 3 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 2 contributors, and 2, Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relative, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
So this swab from the middle of the yellow exercise band, you stated was a mixture of 2 contributors, 2 people, correct?
Yes, I determined using my training and experience that the profile was a mixture of 2 contributors.
And then you had 3 possible contributors Dawson, Callan, and Patrick for the two-person mixture. So is it accurate that that relatedness issue was having an effect on those on that data or that result?
Yes, relatedness of potential contributors was having an effect on this profile, and that is because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And what you stated at the end, that if Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, then Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present together in that mixture, correct?
Correct.
And Dawson Clancy was the one who had the 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from him, correct?
Yes, the likelihood ratio for Dawson was 1.5 nonillion.
And would it be accurate to state that with male relatives, they share the same YSTR profile?
Yes, male relatives will share the same YSTR profile, barring rare mutation, but YSTR analysis was not done in this case.
Okay. And does that fact, when you have male relatives, does that affect the relatedness complications of your evaluation?
The fact that they're male doesn't necessarily have an effect, but just in general, relatedness has an effect in this case because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And then going to item 2-3.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the black exercise band, you found that that sample was a mixture but wasn't suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And what does it mean to be not suitable for comparison?
I'll read the statement in the report and then I'll clarify as needed. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA, and is not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the profile, the possibility of at least 5 contributors, and the relatedness of potential contributors.
So was it not suitable for comparison because there were so many potential contributors and many of them who were related?
Yes, there was multiple factors that made this profile not suitable. Relatedness was definitely one of those factors, and per laboratory protocols and validation, if there is any indication of a 5th contributor or more, a profile is not suitable for comparison due to limitations of our technology and software used.
Okay. So basically, if you're examining a profile and it looks like there's 5 or more, your work stops because of the limitations of your equipment.
Correct.
And then going to item 2-3.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 870 trillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.6 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 2,600 times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 220,000 times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 11 times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab DNA Unit validation studies showed inclusions for known non-contributors in the likelihood ratio range of at least 2 to 1,000 adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 3 individuals. there are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicate an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relatives, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
And so again here, you're dealing with the effect of the relatedness of the parties, correct?
Correct. Relatedness is having an effect on potential contributors, again, to this profile. I'd just like to say that likelihood ratios are calculated independently for each person. They are not to show a likelihood ratio for more than one person or multiple people together in a profile. And again, because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors, that is why we're seeing some of the things we're seeing in this report.
And for this item, the middle of the black exercise band, the highest number of possible inclusion was the 1.6 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals, correct?
Yes, the highest statistic for this item was a likelihood ratio of 1.6 nonillion for Cora Clancy.
And based on your analysis of the data that you had, you determined it was a mixture of 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And so when you have the 3 contributors and Cora Clancy has the highest likelihood of being a contributor, if you include her in the mixture, the other 4 members of the family are excluded, correct?
Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Again, those statistics are all calculated independently and don't say anything about those people being in the mixture together.
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
It's hard to imagine the horror of that day, January 24th, 2023. The day Lindsay Clancy took 3 exercise bands and one at a time strangled her 3 young children to death. At the time, Lindsay Clancy was being treated for mental illness and as a result believes she is not criminally responsible for what she did. But prosecutors see things much differently and have charged her with 3 counts of murder and want to put her in prison until she dies.
Could it also be from someone hanging out the window holding on to in those spots?
Correct.
Lindsay can no longer walk because she somehow fell out of that 2nd floor bedroom window after killing her children. She also cut her wrists and throat, but prosecutors do not believe she actually wanted to kill herself. And now it'll be up to a jury to decide if Lindsay Clancy is a mass murderer or a mentally ill mother who could not control her own actions. It's the case that has divided the public, and this is our special coverage of the trial of Lindsay Clancy. We're going to take a look at the biggest moments from inside the courtroom today as a jury must decide whether or not Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible for killing her kids. I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate. The trial of Lindsay Clancy is one that involves all different types of evidence. You've got eyewitness testimony, you've got expert testimony, and you've got physical evidence. And the jury must evaluate all of them to figure out what happened here. Why did Lindsay Clancy kill all 3 of her children? We're taking a look at the biggest moments from inside the courtroom today. Let's start with number 1.
What was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay, and did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home, and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said that those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially it was set, and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays?
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days?
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. Oh, she would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
Okay. And you started, you said, the week of Labor Day. That was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and Lindsay?
Yes.
So I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions
She did.
on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you would see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school, usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
You love your Papa? He's loving it.
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking the bottle?
Yes, it was.
And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next exhibit.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
Okay. And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learned from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about going to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
Did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
Did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised, or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right?
Yes.
Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course. Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, and when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work, and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet. And she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something, he was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed Callan, she removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
Okay. And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you. As far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after Thanksgiving.
I think it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
In the end, both prosecutors and the defense, if they want to win this case and not have a hung jury, have to convince all 12 jurors to vote the same way, either guilty or not guilty, not criminally responsible. And the question is, as this evidence is coming before the jury, how are they seeing it? Are they seeing it the same way? Because a jury has to judge the facts and apply the law to come to some conclusion. And those conclusions can be very different if they see the evidence differently. Let's take you back inside the courtroom for the second biggest moment from today's testimony.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes.
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early
be home?
December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah, I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each other. You texted them Christmas, things of that nature, right?
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you agree that on March 1st of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family?
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Yeah. Do you recall the trooper asking you questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay? They were asking you about how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes.
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that she would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, so like also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know who would draw that? Would she draw that, or would you draw that?
I think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home. Clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it, and then Callan up at 10:45, and then some scribbly mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids to eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing, or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and squares and things?
Yes.
She also told you during that period of time that she was unable to sleep. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, do you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement? Do you remember that?
Do I know when or why?
When was she sleeping in the basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember, if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for a period of time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life, as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained.
Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling or how she was doing.
And in fact, you noted that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus. Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about thin? Did you notice that she appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home in their home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her videos of the children playing, and we saw the baby taking a bottle and the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my texts she responded to.
Did she seem to be appreciative of your work?
Yes, very much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect?
Just one question. In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you observed in the house, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming yourself?
No.
It's clear to everyone inside the courtroom, it's clear to even prosecutors, that Lindsay Clancy was being treated for mental illness. That's the bottom line. But that alone does not negate her criminal responsibility in this case. It has to be, the mental illness has to have such a hold on her that she can no longer control her actions. And that's where prosecutors need to prove to this jury that she had control. She had a choice. She made the decision, the plan to kill her children. Let's take you back inside the courtroom now as we continue to take a look at the biggest moments from today. Here's number 3.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to this particular case. Was your laboratory provided a blood sample from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in April of 2023?
Correct. We received the specimens on April 7th, 2023.
Okay. And it came from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
No. I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described, or was it more specific testing?
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone. We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter, mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter, quetiapine at a concentration of 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, and trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter, and these were all in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botched
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is, correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure disorder, it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That isn't typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
And trazodone, what's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I am drawing a blank on the trazodone.
If I suggest trazamine, is that familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with, and I apologize.
That's okay, but you're familiar with trazodone?
Correct, yeah.
And what class of drug is that?
That's an antidepressant.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4 tests for each of these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one that's a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, post-mortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter, would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in the, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life, and this is not consistent with that.
In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency, correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right? Well, overruled.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions in high-profile cases.
What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right. Is that above therapeutic, below therapeutic, or therapeutic?
It's right in the middle of the therapeutic range.
So if somebody had a prescription, for example, for that narcotic or that drug, then they were taking the drug according to the recommended dose, right?
And that's what it would appear to me if they were prescribed it, correct?
How about the mirtazapine?
The mirtazapine also looks to be probably used appropriately as prescribed.
And you need a prescription for that, don't you?
Yes, you need a prescription for all four of these drugs.
Okay. And what is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose, or what do you use Remeron for?
It's an antidepressant.
How about the quetiapine is the number 3?
The quetiapine is also known as Seroquel, and that is generally used as an antipsychotic.
And what does that mean when you say an antipsychotic? What does that mean?
So somebody has psychotic episodes, say like hallucinations or just not seeing reality like quote normal person would, they could be prescribed quetiapine as an antipsychotic to try to kind of level out their brain chemistry.
All prosecutors have some level of discretion. They don't have to bring every case where someone has died. Even in a case where someone was killed by another human being, a homicide, they have discretion. And in this case, they had the discretion to believe that the mental illness caused Lindsay Clancy to do what she did, and they could have entered into some sort of agreement to have her civilly committed. But they don't believe that. They believe she is the one responsible. Let's take you back inside the courtroom for the fourth biggest moment from today's testimony.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that came into the Brigham and Women's Hospital on January 24th of 2023. That patient was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall encountering this patient on January 25th of 2023?
Yes.
And as far as any sort of repair work that you were doing as a physician's assistant working with the trauma surgeons, what repair work were you assigned to do?
Laceration repair.
And on this particular patient, where were the injuries or lacerations that you were going to repair?
She had multiple lacerations on both of her wrists. She had superficial on her neck, which I did not repair.
As it pertains to the wrist injuries, what did you do to examine those areas?
The first thing I do is assess the location, then I assess the severity, whether it requires intervention by someone other than myself. In this instance, it did not. So then I proceed with just kind of protocol laceration repair.
When would it be a situation where you'd need somebody else to intervene?
If it required surgical intervention or suturing repair beyond my skill set, in this instance, it did not.
Okay, and so referring to these particular injuries, when you observed them, did you observe any areas of active bleeding?
No.
And fair to say they had been treated by nurses and other staff prior to you encountering these injuries, correct?
Yes, they were dressed and covered before I got there.
Now, when you assessed them, you noted that they were bilateral, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means on both sides of the body, so both wrists.
Okay. And so referring to the right wrist, what were your observations of the injuries to the right wrist?
The right wrist, as far as my reference to the note, is that she had a few lacerations, one of which was severe and deep enough to require repair.
And fair to say that that right wrist injury was, the one that you repaired, was 3 centimeters deep?
Approximately, if that's what my note says, then that's what it was.
Okay, and on a wrist, or this area of the wrist where you observed the injuries, that depth of 3 centimeters, did that require further surgical intervention, or were you able to suture that area?
I was able to suture that area. As far as what happened subsequent to that, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Okay, and how many sutures did you use to repair that injury?
I believe 3.
And in relation to any other cuts or lacerations that were on that right wrist, did any other of those lacerations require suturing?
No.
How did you treat those other injuries?
Just irrigation, meaning cleaning them out, and then using a type of tape to close them shut.
And that's generally referred to as a steri strip, correct?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
May.
Showing you 2 photographs. Do those photographs depict the repairs or the sutures that you did on the right wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, those may be admitted.
201 and 202.
I'm just going to show on the screen what's now been marked as Exhibit 201, and you should be able to see it, sir, on the screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the right wrist, correct?
Correct.
And those black lines in the middle of the photograph are those the sutures that you did?
Correct.
And just showing you 202, Exhibit 202. These white strips that are all around the injury, are those the steri strips?
Correct.
Now, on the left wrist, do you recall what you observed to be the injuries on that wrist?
I believe there was a similar laceration, just shorter in length, that required fewer sutures.
Okay. And fair to say, if your notes reflect that the left wrist had one, meaning just a singular 2 centimeter deep linear cut, that would have been what your observations were of the injury that you repaired?
Correct.
And how many sutures did that injury require?
1 suture.
And were there other areas that you observed that had some sort of laceration?
I believe similarly just superficial ones that needed steri strips.
And again, in treating this particular injury, when you came upon it, was there active bleeding or any concern that you needed more intervention other than a suture?
At that time, no.
I'm just going to show you 2 more photos. Are those familiar to you?
Yes.
And are those the suture that you did on the left wrist of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes, ma'am.
I move to admit these as the next two exhibits.
All right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted. Thank you.
And now again, just showing what's been now marked as Exhibit 203. And you see the injury there on the wrist near the ruler in the photograph.
Yes.
And Exhibit 204, which is just a closer upshot of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you see the white strips. Those are also steri strips that were applied.
Correct.
Now, in relation to any of these wounds on the right or the left wrist, did you observe the lacerations to go any deeper than the subcutaneous tissue?
On my observation, no.
And when we talk subcutaneous tissue, we're talking about that fatty tissue on underneath your skin, correct?
Correct.
And did you have to return at any point, to your knowledge, to readdress these issues or do any further laceration repair as it pertained to this patient?
On that shift, no.
Another big day of testimony in this case. Lots of evidence for this jury to consider, and our special coverage will continue here on Vinnie Politan Investigates. That's it for now. I'm Vinnie Politan. Thank you so much for watching. And as always, please don't forget to hug the kids.
And I want to direct your attention to January 29th, 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on Callan Patrick Clancy?
I did.
And when you performed this autopsy, did you follow the procedure you just described where you did an external examination and then an internal examination?
Yes.
And can you tell us what your initial observations were of Callan when you started the external examination?
Yes. So Callan had some therapeutic procedures in place, or therapeutic equipment in place, including a thermometer in the left nostril, a nasogastric tube in the right, an endotracheal tube down the throat, a Foley catheter draining urine, intravascular catheters in the right hand and right wrist, and an intravascular catheter in the left foot. There was some adhesive residue, possibly from other therapeutic procedures as well, on his chest. And there are additional needle marks that I saw on his body. In general, should I keep going? Or?
Well, what were your general observations?
In general, he was, we measured him at 26 inches long and 24 pounds. He had general edema, and those are the general.
So when you were talking about therapeutic things, are those things that were done by a medical provider at a hospital or some such setting?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say he had general edema?
It means that he had his whole body had more fluid than one would expect in a person or an 8-month-old who had not been in the hospital. It's very common for someone coming from the hospital to have had been given fluids such that they have excess fluid and swelling.
Did you make observations of any injuries or trauma to Callan?
Yes.
Okay. If we could have photo 9960.
Hold on, let me just, members of the jury, I just want to give you, kind of revisit that instruction that I talked to you last week about. If you may remember, we talked about before they played that tape, all right? I just want to remind you that sometimes evidence is presented in a trial that creates emotional reactions. But as jurors who've taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you, as I did last week, you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and the weight from the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of the photographs and testimony that you're going to hear this morning or throughout the whole trial as well. So you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. But you can't find those facts or base those facts on sympathy, anger, passion, prejudice, or pity against either side. So I appreciate that. I just kind of wanted to remind you of that. And with that, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So photo 9960. Is that on the screen, Doctor?
Not yet. Yes. Okay, thank you.
If you could just describe for us what we're seeing here in this photo.
So this is a photograph of Callan at the time of autopsy, and I'm showing a ruler underneath his neck, where above which you can see abrasions, and you can also see some needle marks that I mentioned from therapeutic procedures on his arm.
I'm sorry, if you could use the tool, pressing the top button there, just to highlight the area you're talking about, the abrasions on the neck.
Right here on his right side of his neck, and then in the middle of the neck, and on the left side of the neck.
And if we could now have photograph 663. If you could tell us what we're seeing here in this photograph, Doctor.
This is another photograph showing a bit more closely, again, the abrasions of the neck. There's one on the front of the neck, the shorter one that's about 1/2 inch long by 1/16 inch. For those more familiar with the metric system, a centimeter is 2.5 centimeters is about 1 inch. 1/16 of an inch is about 1.5 millimeters. So this is 1/2 inch by 1/16 inch. And then on the right here, this is about 1.5 inches by 1/16 inch.
And then showing 9952.
May I go back to that for 1 second?
Go back.
Could
we go back to that photo, please? 9960. I'm sorry, 663.
I just want to point out between the ruler and the abrasions, you can see a paler line. That's a normal infant neck fold. That's not a injury.
Thank you. And 9952, please. If you could just point out for us here the injuries of significance to you.
Here, sorry, I think I did that.
We could go back to the prior photo, please.
I got it.
It's the top button.
Yep. Okay, so these again are the abrasions on the left side of his neck, and there's the one on the front of his neck. In addition, on the left side of his forehead is a 3/16 inch by 1/16 inch abrasion, and I think you can also begin to see petechial hemorrhages, which are dot-like hemorrhages underneath the skin on the face.
And what are petechial hemorrhages?
Petechial hemorrhages occur when there is rupture of the small blood vessels underneath the skin surface, and they are from an overpressure of the small blood vessels such as capillaries or venules, and blood escapes out and makes a dot-like hemorrhage.
We could have photo 9954. If you could explain for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
In this photograph is Callan's right side, also showing the back of his neck. So that abrasion that could be seen in the first photo showing the front of his neck, that abrasion continues along about 3 inches in all toward the right posterior back of the neck.
And if we could have photo 9955, please. Is this a close-up photograph of what you just described?
Yes, I can show that right here.
Thank you. Could we have photo 636, please? And if you could describe for us what you see here in this photo, Doctor.
Well, first the abrasion is in poor focus, but it's in the picture on the left side of the photograph. And then the most in the photograph, one can see those petechial hemorrhages better along the cheek, on the eyelid, all of those.
We could have photo 654, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph, Doctor?
Yes, this is an abrasion near the hairline on the right side of the forehead. And that is up here. That is about 3/8 by 1/8 inch.
And then photo 656, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photo here, Doctor?
This is looking at the top of Callan's head, and on the top right part of his head toward the front, near the forehead, is a 1/8 by 1/16 inch abrasion.
And then photo 657, please. You can describe what we're seeing here, Doctor?
This is the abrasion on the left side of his forehead with a ruler this time. In addition, the petechiae are also in pretty good focus on this.
And then photograph 9916. If you can describe for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
So these are some of the, I forgot to mention at the very beginning, there's a intravascular catheter in the right groin. This is Callan before we took off his medical therapy, and it shows some of the needle marks that he had. So on this is his right lower extremity. This is a look of an intraosseous catheter attempt with a central puncture mark and a round abrasion around it. And then here's the right groin line and the left foot line.
And if we could have photograph 9917. Are we seeing the same thing here on the left leg, those same IO attempt marks?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, are you able to date the wounds to the head, the abrasions and marks on the head? Are you able to say when those got there or how long they'd been there?
I can't precisely, but they have signs of healing in the form of scabbing.
And would that indicate that they weren't fresh wounds that happened the day you saw him or the day prior?
Correct.
In terms of the marks around Callan's neck and the petechiae around his eyes and face, did that give you an indication here of the mechanism of death for Callan?
Yes.
And how so?
So it is consistent with a ligature strangulation, given that the abrasions are linear around his neck and there are petechial hemorrhages above those lines of abrasion.
And how is it that when someone is strangled with a ligature, that causes petechiae in the face and eyes?
So what happens is that the blood vessels that supply blood to the neck are compressed. And so there are jugular veins, which are a lower pressure system, and carotid arteries, which are a somewhat higher pressure system. And so as the vessels are compressed, if there is a backup of blood in the head, there can be an increased pressure in those small blood vessels that I mentioned, and they can rupture, causing the petechiae.
So basically, is it similar to a balloon filling up, but it's not air, it's blood and pressure in the face?
Yes.
And so when that pressure gets too great, is it that the capillaries are basically bursting and causing those little red marks?
Yes. Most texts say capillaries, some say venules, small blood vessels.
And how is it that this process, the strangulation by ligature, causes death physically? How does it physically happen?
So the blockage of blood, either both to and from the head or just from the head, will cause a lack of oxygen to arrive at the brain. And there can be an element of airway compression as well, such that the lungs can't oxygenate properly. So that lack of oxygen is what causes the brain to die and the organs to fail.
And based on your examination of Callan, did you come to a determination based on your training and experience to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of his death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Complications of mechanical asphyxia.
And why is it complications of mechanical asphyxia instead of just the asphyxia itself?
Because he was resuscitated, and so his heart began to beat again. So from the 24th to the 27th, there was a continuation of support of his organs to in the hospital. And so if he had a stopped heart at the scene, and in that case I would have just said mechanical asphyxia, but since there was a 3-day hospital stay, I said complications of mechanical asphyxia.
So the word complications doesn't mean that something happened at the hospital to cause his death. It's just that the strangulation caused his death, but he didn't die for a few days.
Correct.
Commonwealth would move to submit the autopsy photos as the next exhibit.
Same objection. Same objection. They may be admitted.
Commonwealth would move to submit the death certificate of Callan Clancy as the next exhibit.
No objection. That may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
Counsel?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You may step down, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right, Counsel, can I see just briefly?